Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the live coverage of the Tata Steel Players Championship presented by KGiSL at the Coimbatore Golf Club. We're back in action after a 3-month hiatus on the PGTI, and we've gone back to Coimbatore Golf Club after a period of 8 years. On our screens now is Trishul Chinappa, and also we're going to start looking into all of the action that has happened over the last 2 days. The golf club has been really welcoming to the players. We have Arjun Sharma leading the way at 8 under par, along with Shamim Khan. Alin Joshi follows them both closely at 7 under par, and Varun Parekh is at 6 under par. Rookie Akshay Niranjan also coming in at 5 under par, along with seasoned professional M. Dharma. But in the also seems to be finding some sort of form. That's Arjun Sharma on our screens. Shamim Khan now coming up from the fairway. Very windy golf course, the Coimbatore Golf Club, picking up all the winds during the months of May to September. This golf course quite pleased when these pick up. A big misread by Shamim Khan. He seemed like he fathomed that very well. We have now Harshit Sethi also on our screen. Harshit Sethi coming in at 3 under par. He's also a rookie on the tour, coming in after a nice amateur career in the past. You can see how the winds are blowing. It's almost appearing quite like the Scottish golf courses. After round one, Harshit led the way at 6 under par, but didn't really follow suit on round number two. On our screens now is Varun Parekh comes in all the way from Ahmedabad. A great shot there coming into that par 3. Winning that one easily for a birdie. Coming in at 6 under par for the tournament as of now. Alin Joshi trying to find some form again. Currently at 7 under par, just one shot away from the leaders. That's him playing in round number 2. Not very happy with that attempt of his putt. He tapped that in, still closing in that round at 68. Now I have on our screens Arjun Sharma from Greater Noida. Just coming short of that green, and it should not be too bad. Taking the putter from off the green. Not a surprising choice of club. A good job out of it. Sharma was finding it difficult to find form over the first half of the season. Coming into the second half, looks like the off-season has paid off so far. Shamim Khan coming in from the rough. The man usually doesn't find those areas, but I think the winds, that's something that probably throwing that golf ball in there. Coming up just short of the green from that location. We'll have given a good look at birdie from there. Time coming up just shy of that birdie, playing alongside Manu from Bangalore, as well as Karthik Sharma from Gurugram. Shamim Khan, veteran golfer on the tour, he knows how to get the job done. Shamim also has been struggling to find form for the past couple of years, but now coming in at 8 under par. This is the first event of the second half of the season, with a prize purse of rupees 50 lakh. I am your commentator Rahul Bajaj. We have 126 players playing this. We apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Seems like a little bit of a technical issue down at the Coimbatore Golf Club. But we are back now with the live action. We are right now with ABP Live, watching the Tata Steel Players Championship presented by KGiSL at the Coimbatore Golf Club. The PGTI is back after a 3-month hiatus. We are back here after 8 years at the Coimbatore Golf Club with a prize purse of 50 lakh rupees. I am your host, Rahul Bajaj. We've got 126 players who started to compete in this tournament. Currently, we have 123 professional golfers and 3 amateur golfers who began this tournament. We have M. Dharma on our screens right now, who is at 5 under par for the tournament. The cut for the tournament was applied at 4 over par, and this was a cut applied at the 50th position, along with all of the ties at that position that came about. M. Dharma, who's been riding good form for the last couple of years, in fact, is showing good signs of coming up for this tournament. He shot a 65 yesterday, which matches the course record. It's like a little bit of a punch there for him. This golf course tends to get very windy as the day moves on. It's already quite windy in the morning time, but as the day moves on, we will see that the winds do tend to pick up a lot more pace. Dharma coming up just short of that green. Akshay Niranjan at the top of that little leaderboard that you're seeing is at 5 under par. Akshay Niranjan is a rookie on tour and playing the first tournament of his professional golfing career. You can tell the winds are picking up. This is the first hole at the Coimbatore Golf Club. A pin is on the right side. There's an OB line, as you can tell from the fence on the left side of your screens, that there's an OB line over there, and wind tends to pick up quite a bit on this hole. Of course, being the first hole of the day, usually does tend to play from the left to the right. This season could be slightly different. May to September is when the winds pick up a lot at the Coimbatore Golf Club, owing to the westerlies. The golf course is a par 72 spread over 6,540 yards, but it is a lot more challenging than just being a 6,500 yard golf course, because as the winds pick up, the course can really throw a lot of surprises towards the players. Greens are playing in immaculate condition, as told by a lot of players, as well as the course committees at the Coimbatore Golf Club. It's not too windy here, though. In the studios, that's where we are coming live to you from. All the action is happening in Coimbatore. We're at the ABP Live News Network studios here in Noida, presenting live coverage of the PGTI Players Championship. Some of the notables in the field this week are Khalin Joshi, Abhijit Singh Chadda. We have Manu, Gandas, Jamal Hussain Mola from Bangladesh, Mithun Pereira coming in from Sri Lanka, Shamim Khan, who is also tied for the lead at 8 under par, and K. Prabhakaran, who is the defending champion here. In fact, K. Prabhakaran won this tournament in a playoff along with Omrakash Shahan. Harinder Gupta from Chandigarh also finding some form in the second half of the season. Battling injuries for the last couple of years is Harinder. He's a veteran on the tour. That subtle action that M. Dharma is giving out, leading it with that left wrist angle, not letting it break down. Keeping that ball low and running. That could be something to pick up for all of the amateur golfers and junior golfers playing. Sometimes, not all the times, do you need to take an aerial route up onto the green to get the ball close to the hole. Dharma showcasing great skill there, great touch around the greens. Varun Parekh, who's playing alongside M. Dharma. Varun Parekh is coming in at 6 under par, joined by my co-commentator now in the studio is Shaurya Singh. Shaurya Singh coming in after a hiatus of 3 months back into the studios to present live for the PGTI. Welcome, Shaurya.
Thank you for that introduction, Rahul. Not really giving me any breathing time, are you? The remit I was told it was at 9 o'clock. I think I didn't get the memo. But either ways, my excitement has been at peak for this very moment. I've been waiting for it for a while, and obviously, sometime in anticipation, you do slip up, and I'm hoping that will not be the case today.
Luckily for us, there is no Sampachari around here in the studios. Otherwise, you would surely be disqualified at this moment.
Well, I have to be true to form here. And, looking at the action, it's been an interesting week so far and quite the low scores. Why don't you give us a little bit of a lowdown today?
We've had a lot of lowdown over the past couple of minutes, Shaurya, since you haven't been hearing it. We have Akshay Niranjan on our screens, who is a rookie on tour and playing his first event as a professional golfer. He is at 5 under par, so really doing a good job over there, presenting two back-to-back under par rounds with a 69 and 70 on that scoreboard. So you can tell it's a picturesque golf course on our screens is Coimbatore Golf Club, perched in the middle of the Nilgiri Mountains, past 72, 6,540-yard golf course, which surely doesn't play like that. Last time I played a tournament over there, Shaurya, I think your ball was flying all over the place, and I think some of your hair also was lost there, wasn't it?
I think that's the time that turned grey. I think this was the golf course that did that to me, and there's been no turning back since then. But I can assure you, this is a very different golf course. You can have wind speeds of up to maybe 25 to almost 30 miles an hour, if not more. And I remember certain times you're hitting a 3-iron from 120 yards, and the next time you could be hitting a sandwich 250 yards. So it's very extreme in terms of conditions. Seems to be a little more benign right now.
Yep, it's days just about starting, so the winds will pick up, as we could tell from the last 2 days' coverage that we saw a 10-minute snippet of. The winds were really quite hardcore and almost appearing like a Scottish links golf course. Having said that, a little birdie tells me that back in the day when we all were playing amateur golf, there was this one gentleman, I will refrain from naming him, but he walked off the golf course because he said the ball's just flying all over the place.
Exactly, that's my story. I think you would know who he is. Obviously, the official reason that he gave was a cramp in the back, but we definitely know it was not a cramp. I do remember the person reloading on hole number 1, hitting about 3 balls in the OB and on the second hole, and then said, this golf course is unplayable. Well, I think there's certain truth in that. When the wind is up, it's going to take a very special kind of player to navigate these 18 holes and not be finding a ball in the out of bounds or losing a couple of golf balls. It becomes really difficult. As we have a look at Shamim Khan, seems to be strolling down the fairway, almost waltzing down.
Yep, Shamim finally finding some form after a little bit of a struggle over the past many months. Tied alongside Arjun Sharma. And Colin Joshi is trailing both of these gentlemen by 1 shot. So they have just teed off from the first tee box and they're down in the fairway. Usually, at least the time of the year that we mostly play tournaments over here, the first hole with that OB line on the right side, the wind blows from the left to the right. Basically, you have to hit it towards the rest of the golf course. Otherwise, you are going to be going towards the other side of the road.
Talking about Arjun Sharma, it's a very interesting story. I did manage to get in some golf in these last 4 months. I thought I might as well brush up my golf skills. So I did play about 4 rounds of golf. And I think all 4 of them were with Arjun Sharma. And Pukhraj, I think, who is not in the field this week, I suppose. And interestingly enough, me and my partner was Dipankar. And obviously, it goes without saying that our lunch money was taken from us on all occasions. Dipankar did play well. I would say that I was definitely the bogey man. But Arjun Sharma, I was really impressed by his game. He shot under par in each round. And the final round, he actually shot an 8 under par at Noida Golf Course. In fact, he's really unassumingly good. I don't quite recall playing, any competitive rounds with him before this, and I knew he was a good player. I just didn't know he was this good. He does not miss a fairway. He's the driver 300 yards.
Shamim Khan coming up from the fairway on the first hole. So you can see how he's tugging that ball towards the left side, keeping it on that left side. That's basically the winds playing that left to right coming in on that first hole, coming up really short off the green there. Colin Joshi from Bangalore.
Colin, a power player, and that would be beneficial on this golf course. Really flight it low, compress the ball.
Absolutely. Cullen's also been working very hard on his game over the past many months. He also hit a little bit of a patch where he wasn't doing so well in the middle, and but that shot definitely looks like he is back in form. He wants to catch that one shot early on in the day, add up some pressure. That whole still playing left to right wind, so it's pretty much the same wind conditions that you and I have competed in on this golf course.
Any interesting memories that you have of this golf, apart from the people walking off?
Yep, I mean, I have also seen many golf balls flying out and people walking off the golf course. But I've got a lot of interesting memories, and especially, I remember there was this one tournament that we played. The wind just switched, and usually it doesn't really switch over here. The wind stays that one way, uh, and it was just absolutely shocking the kind of clubs that one got to hit. On one day, you hit a driver which went onto the green on a par four. If I'm not wrong, this was the seventh hole, and then the very next day you could hit a driver and a full 9 iron into the same green. It was just absolutely mind-boggling what kind of clubs you got. And I remember there was this another par three where one day you would hit a 9 iron in downwind, and the next day you take out your 4 iron and hoping it gets up there.
I must think that of all the debacles and the faux pas that have happened to me, this golf course has definitely been the site of some funny moments in my career. When we get to that 13th hole, I'll relive and tell you that story. I think you might be in splits. Just to give you a little bit of a preview on the par five, I was one in the fairway with a shot to the green. In two, I was 10 yards from the green and I made a nine.
Oh my God.
So obviously, that's going to be one interesting story.
Yeah,
I
but
actually ended up hitting it backwards in the hazard three times. And you must be thinking, how's that even possible?
yeah, but before you go on any further, ladies and gentlemen, these are anomalies, and please don't take this very seriously. This could be a really ghastly experience to be listening to this story.
It's you want to be learning from others' experience, and as we talk about experience, Arjun he's definitely playing like somebody who has a lot of experience, and we always pick our horses for the week, and I can confidently say that Arjun is my horse this week. I've seen him play. I've played a lot of golf rounds with him, and he does not have any weakness in that game. His short game is exemplary. He's
That's
actually trying to hole out chips.
That's a lovely shot there by Arjun. My apologies earlier. Shamim Khan has actually made it up to the green. He's about 15 to 18 feet short of the hole on that right side. Arjun's golf ball was the one which is lying short of the green. And looks like he has given himself a good opportunity to save par.
Yeah, it should look for him to make that. And as we go back to some interesting stories from from my heyday, that unfortunate incident on that hole, ended up costing me the cut. I missed it by one shot. That was always the story of my life. Whenever the cut was missed, it was missed by one shot. The funny thing is, I didn't even think about it till that time. I was comfortably inside,
Funny
and
thing
lo
is,
and behold, I said, "What is happening?"
funny thing is, we are here on a Friday talking about the 13th hole. It's Friday the 13th. We have Shamim Khan back on our screens, coming up from about 25 feet short of the hole. Right to left break there. Shamim seems to have read that really well, but wouldn't be making it. Great attempt.
Showing Khan's caddy looking on in consternation, confused about that line. Good team they make. Shamim is definitely someone you want to see him doing well. He's been a very good player, a good ambassador for the game in India. He's somebody who goes about his trade very quietly under the radar. He has been a former number one on the tour, and many victories also under his belt.
Shamim, of course, is a two-time Order of Merit champion, so many victories, of course. But that feat of becoming the Order of Merit champion twice isn't an easy one because the PGTI applies itself across the country over 20 to 22 tournaments in a year and competing amongst the best golfers of the country. Shamim definitely has proven himself time and again.
All we know what the professionals do in order to prepare for these tournaments. What does a commentator really do? I want to understand. How do you prepare for, for this day? And what about the last 3 months? Have you been waiting with bated breath to unleash your great conversational skills upon our viewers?
Yeah, I've just been gargling with a lot of warm water,
Okay.
getting myself prepared. We haven't really done much of anything else other than busy with what I otherwise do for a living, and have also been seeing a lot of the action between the PGA Tour and the Live Golf Tour. I mean, if controversy was somewhere, we'd be heading.
Well, I think we don't quite understand the full grasp of these things. From the PGTI, these things are far away, but all that we want is for the game to grow and for things to sort out and players to be able to play on multiple tours and for there to be an agreement, because we just want to see high quality golf. And ladies and gentlemen, when you tune into ABP Network to watch the PGTI, everything else aside, you are short of high quality golf. You're looking at the creme de la creme of Indian golf.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, one of the things that does bring me to say over here is that Viraj Madappa, a person who spent most of his time on the PGTI, Arjun Sharma rolling that in for par on the first hole, coming up short and then making that superb up and down to stay in the lead. So yeah, I mean, Viraj Madappa, went out and played a tournament on the new international tour, and it's amazing because the kind of opportunities that players can get, through the PGTI, as well as all of the other opportunity that it brings you with the Asian tour and the European tour, and the jumps that it gets you with all the world ranking points that PGTI gets you today. Is just superb, and the kind of opportunities that you could open doors for yourself on various other international tournaments.
Absolutely. Pity there aren't any world ranking points for commentators.
Probably they are. We just don't know.
You think we'd be in the top 5? I think there's only 2 of us. So.
I think you might want to go through some YouTube comment section. We'll probably know how many people are voting for us and not.
I think one of the things that I've learned in a very short time is never to look at the comments. It induces vanity, and sometimes you might read something that you don't quite like. So, ladies and gentlemen, do send us some love. We'll definitely go through it. But jokes aside, do ask us any question that you have. Indian golf is growing, professional golf is growing. Thankfully, it looks like COVID. We can't quite say it. It's always back like the phoenix. It rises from the ashes, but hopefully it's in the rear window, and we can see we have an exciting calendar lined up. Our professionals have been waiting, and that's evidenced by the kind of scoring that you have in Coimbatore. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not an ordinary golf course. I remember back in the day that the cuts would be really, really high, 10, 11, 12 over par, because it was extremely difficult. But as you've seen, the players have improved by leaps and bounds over the years. You are seeing the standard of golf, which is improving. As you have a look at the leaderboard, a very dandy looking leaderboard. I think the graphics have been updated from last time. Good work to the team.
So must wish all our viewers a very happy Janmashtami. Today, while the players are fighting out on the golf course, it also happens to be a festival for all of us. So leading the way here, we have the leaderboard, of course, of this tournament. But just a quick mention to all of the people who are leading the order of merit. Ajith Sandhu is leading the way at number 1 on the Tata Steel PGTI rankings with a prize earning so far of 42,90,750. I'd like to round that off, but we know how that works. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu following up at the second position with 30.5 lakh rupees. And we have Manu Gandas following them at 20.5 lakh rupees. So we've got a lot of interesting action, and it's good to see that the prize purses of the PGTI have been growing so much that even halfway today, we've been able to see the number 1 on the PGTI order of merit has actually made almost as much money as probably a decade ago he would have made in the entire year.
Absolutely, you're waxing eloquent on prize money, but yes, it has improved. I think that the tour and the powers that be have taken that responsibility very seriously. The players as well have a big part to play in that. I think good performances attract viewers, and that gets sponsors on board. So that's something that we are seeing, which is happening. And also, we must clarify that the prize money also is attributed to certain Asian tour events as well that happen in India, and that itself is a testament to the power that Indian golf has. That Asian tournaments also happen here, European tournaments happen here as well. And with COVID hopefully in the rear window, or at least manageable, you're seeing a lot more international golf now, and I expect that international tournaments, the volume goes up. And Ajith is somebody who does really well on the international stage as well. So for him to be numero uno right now is very apt.
Absolutely. In fact, as we see all the flags fluttering, and we are just about starting the day, the penultimate day of this tournament, a quick mention to all of the sponsors who actually help bring these tournaments together. And this tournament, especially, has been presented by the KGiSL, which is an IT company. They're presenting to us this tournament here, the Tata Steel Players Championship. Also, a big thanks to all of the tour partners, Rolex, Fruitnik, American Express, as well as, of course, Tata Steel.
And this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
And this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic, like the Bandra Worli Sea Link that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Steel. And this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part. Make of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
And this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Tata Steel. And this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel. That is high on strength and corrosion resistance and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Hi on our screen now. Shravan Desai lining up for the putt. Shravan is coming in at 2 under par for the tournament. He is currently at a tie for 15th position. Shot scores of 72 and 71 over the first 2 days of this tournament. So currently at 1 under par for his penultimate day. He's also been struggling to find some form in the first half of the season. Seems like things are coming together for Shravan Desai. Also comes in from Ahmedabad, practices and plays at the Kalhar Blues and Greens Golf Club there.
That's quite a training ground. Seems to have pulled that a little bit. How are the greens rolling this week, Rahul? What's your take?
There's some really good stuff coming out from all of the players in Coimbatore this week. All saying that the course is playing in a phenomenal condition and they're thoroughly enjoying it. And of course, the wind. The charm of this golf course is also the wind. I mean, the fact that it adds to the difficulty of the golf course, but also the entire charming nature of this golf course begins when the winds pick up.
I think with wind like this, it definitely puts ball striking at a premium, and you're seeing somebody like Arjun come to the fore. And in fact, I was thinking that when I played with him, and I asked him that, what is your ranking currently? And I think he's not had the best of season so far. I think he's even below 45 or 50 on the merit this year so far. But I saw the standard of golf that was displayed by him. Just no weakness, absolute perfection almost in every part of the game. And I thought that this player definitely has a game to win tournaments. Not because he just beat me handsomely, that any of these players would do now, but shooting 8 under par on Noida golf course was quite the feat. So I think this week he's going to be really tough to beat.
In fact, just a couple of minutes ago, I was thinking that, just hitting on this golf course is not going to cut it. Of course, all of the players who are leading the tournament are playing phenomenally. I feel that this is the kind of golf course, because the winds pick up so much, your short game is also going to be tested, because to hit as many number of greens due to the winds throwing the ball left and right, and it's also very difficult to judge the tailwind and the headwind. Short game is also going to be on a test this week. We just saw Entanga Raja on our screens just a minute ago.
Yes, absolutely. I think every facet and even short game, I can see that the rough seems to be up. Definitely looking at about 2 inches of rough around the greens, and that's going to make things all the more difficult for those players.
On our screens now, N. Tangaraja, Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal coming in from Chandigarh, and N. Tangaraja, of course, coming in from Sri Lanka, and Ronil Kumar. Ronil Kumar seems to have been disturbed slightly by something happening there in his foreground.
Yeah, that's always a factor when you have a few people walking around. Either you have a real thick gallery, or you don't have anybody walking around. Anything in the middle can be a little bit of a disturbance. I'm sure you had a lot of galleries in the heyday, Rahul, who would come to watch you hit your booming drives.
I'm still in my heyday, it's just in a different field altogether now. At least so I'd like to believe.
I do remember back in the day, if someone erroneously landed up to watch me in a little while, they'd leave in a huff and puff and see that this guy doesn't quite move. In fact, my own parents used to tell me, you take too much time, we get really bored, we're going to watch somewhere else.
But, one of the things from this shot to learn is that it's so difficult to judge how much that ball will be thrown by the wind. And so, it's very difficult to sort of get the ball close to the hole, especially with a wedge, in fact, because with a 7-iron, you probably don't look at that sort of an accuracy, but with a wedge, you're looking at coming in within 6 feet of the flag.
Yes, you're right. It takes a certain kind of talent to understand how the ball is going to release, how the wind is going to affect. And sometimes, especially if you don't have that kind of experience, you do end up making a mistake and overcompensate at times. And that is what seemed to have happened with Ronald there. The hole seems to be downwind, and he was expecting a certain sort of a bounce, but didn't quite happen. Maybe on the putt, that can happen for him. The tailwind can take the ball in the hole.
And looking at all of these winds, one thing, the place that you and I live, we are completely landlocked, and I think the only wind that I've seen in the last 3 months is on the screen.
The winds of change. The famous song by the Scorpions. But yes, now you can see that flag fluttering. It's going to be difficult, but for us and our viewers, it's going to be enjoyable viewing. There's always...
Absolutely. You've always had fun watching players suffering on a golf course, haven't you?
Because I've had my own share of suffering, and I feel that, when it's a good thing, always share. But, on a serious note, it's such a great opportunity when you play on a difficult golf course where the conditions are oppressive, especially if you're somebody who really values par. And this kind of golf course, I used to think that par is a great score. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case as we have a look at Rajiv. Rajiv has been making cuts and has been around on the weekend. I think it's definitely a second coming. He's somebody who's improving with age. And in fact, I met him at Chandigarh. He's a good player.
Absolutely. He seems to be moving like fine wine. He has actually improved his game over the past, 2-3 years. Come up the ranks. So got Samar Dwivedi, who's also finding form back again.
I think they seem similarly dressed.
I don't know if that's like a thing these days.
Yeah, it could be. It's definitely helping them play well.
Nice. You're noticing little things these days, aren't you?
Yes, I've been waiting for this opportunity.
Paying attention to detail. Looks like those 3 months have been nice for you.
I think I've been commentating at the MTTV and golf, and I think that's what's helped me focus on the smaller things in life. Now I've been reading a few books how to improve productivity. So maybe that's one of the things. When you have too much time, that's what you do. You try and improve yourself. And I don't know if that's working.
Last time I remember when you had too much time, what you did with it, I don't think that's a very good side, but nonetheless, some interestingly new names this time coming up. We've got, of course, Akshay Niranjan, who is at 5 under par. We also have Ronald Kukar, my apologies. You also have Vishap Pratap Singh Gill, Divyansh Dubey, all new players in the field this week and doing pretty well. Ashpreet Singh Saini finding some form back again. He has been struggling for the past couple of years, finally putting up some red numbers on that scoreboard. Also have Karan Tonk, whom we haven't seen for a while, starting this tournament with a 72, followed up with a 69. Not having a great day today, but nonetheless seems to be coming back in form. Syed Saqib Ahmed, also who's been playing a lot of golf. Even in the off season, he's been traveling around and playing as many tournaments as he can internationally, starting up with a 68, but following up with a 76. A lot of players bringing in some superb scores. Arjun Bhati from Greater Noida coming up with a 78 on day one, which is a +6, and following it up with a 68. So great comeback there for Arjun Bhati. Karan Vasudeva also starting up with a 71, following up with a 72. Not having a great start today. 3 over through the first 6 holes of the day, but should be catching some pace as the day moves on. N. Thangaraja on our screens making that putt. A couple of international names, Jamal Hussain Mola and Badal Hussain coming in from Bangladesh, who have made it to the weekend rounds. And we have Mithun Pereira as well as N. Thangaraja, who have made it into the weekend round from Sri Lanka. Colin Joshi on our screen seems to be going with a fairway metal. Shamim Khan, seasoned professional golfer, really looks like an effortless player, but he's superb with his irons. I mean, he keeps his driver in play pretty much all the time, but he's really, really phenomenal with his irons, and also needed to get that putter hot, which seems like he is able to get that now. Shamim disturbed by something happening behind him there, moving off the ball. One of the interesting ones I saw a couple of months ago was Scotty Scheffler at the British Open. He stopped in his downswing. I've seen a lot of people stop in their backswing, but in the downswing, only Tiger and Scotty. And there we have Shamim Khan losing it out towards the right side.
I think there are only 2 ways that you can actually stop in your downswing. You must have a lot of swing speed, and ability to stop that club needs a lot of strength, or you're a very smooth swinger. They don't generate much speed.
I think just like awareness of whatever's happening. I think it's a very difficult state to sort of achieve. It's that whole zone that we talk about. It's something which is unexplainable, really.
If I would do that, there would be homicide on the golf course. The players would kill me.
You were stopping it all the time anyway. Going in the backswing, coming in the downswing, going in the follow through sometimes just before impact.
But we would not prescribe that. Just go through with it. Rubber the green, a voice sound here. But in all seriousness, yes, you can. Golf is such a game that if there's a constant ambient sound, it doesn't quite disturb you. If there are a lot of galleries walking around, it doesn't disturb you. But sporadic sounds can definitely disturb you. And if there's from around the player, and that can be a big difference, because you can end up hitting it in the OB.
Like Saqib Ahmed coming in with some colourful attire today.
Saqib, one of the younger lot of players, former winner on tour.
Absolutely, he won his first tournament in Kochi.
A little inconsistent.
I mean, Saqib has a very different style of playing golf, but he remains fairly consistent through the year. But he has his moments where he does pick up some extra pace.
I would think that the level that these players now require in order to be up on the leaderboard is really high. I've seen it firsthand now.
Absolutely. And Saqib is a player who is made out of that kind of metal. He does pack in a punch on that golf ball. He has a little bit of an unorthodox golf swing, but he is truly someone who can compete on national as well as international golf courses.
Back here in the action.
It looks like Mohammad Sanju coming in from the fairway. playing it safe, leaving himself about 30 feet short and right of the hole.
Where we can see the leaderboard right at the back. Shamim experience right atop that leaderboard. Previously, I remember having a lot of conversation with you and saying that we're only seeing youth, and it's always nice to see that the experienced players are back in the fray, in the middle of things. Shamim, players like Arjun Sharma, M. Dharma. Obviously, they're still relatively young, but they are experienced professionals. We have a look at Amandeep Singh Joel, a veteran on tour. Actually went to play the European Tour qualifying, the senior qualifying. So he's 50 years old, doesn't look it, ladies and gentlemen. Looks still in fine fettle, like a young lad, and hits the ball a fair distance, actually. He's able to clock well over 300 yards, and that's a testament to his fitness.
Amandeep Joel starting this tournament with a 69, followed up by a 73, currently at 2 under par for the tournament. And he is through the first 3 holes of the penultimate day at even pars. Amandeep also, he works really hard on his fitness, and he still packs in the same amount of punch that he used to, even as a youngster, back on that golf ball. Now on the 4th hole, the tour partners, and a quick mention to all of them are Rolex, Tata Steel, American Express, Fruitnik Electro, Athletic Drive, and Golf Plus. All of these tour partners helping to bring all of the tournaments of the PGTI to your screens, and as well to all of the other to the cities that the tour travels to. And of course, ABPLIVE, which comes in as the channel which helps to telecast all of the PGTI events live over YouTube as well as Facebook. Amandeep Joel on our screens.
Amandeep has been a good player, but I remember that the short game is definitely not his strength, and chipping is his Achilles heel. I played a few rounds of golf with him. Ball striking, driving is definitely really nice. Seems to have worked on his short game in the off season. I think it's the reverse of a commentator's curse. What would you call that?
I would call that lack of knowledge, Shaurya Singh.
I would like to,
And I'd like to congratulate Amandeep Joel that if anything that you said was true, that shot definitely turns it all around.
So, Mr. Joel, my apologies to have doubted your short game prowess. You definitely proved me wrong. And what a brilliant chip in by him. I think he's been working on that, and hence he's right up there on the leaderboard.
That'll take Joel to 3 under par for the tournament. Looking now at Mohammad Sanju, who has been practicing very hard in Calcutta over the off-season. I met him a couple of times as I've had to make a couple of trips to Calcutta, but he's always been on the golf course working hard.
So what are your thoughts on that brilliant chip? And he was chipping against the wind. Does that have an effect as well? Does it make it a little easier when he's chipping against the wind as opposed to with the wind if you're trying to hold it?
We'll go back to that conversation right after we watch Ranjit Singh's putt on the same hole. Ranjit and Amandeep, of course, come from the same golf course, the Chandigarh Golf Club. Putting for birdie here is Ranjit. Ranjit also playing at the score of 2 under par.
Leaving it in the jaws there, Ranjit's never up, never in.
Ranjit also, great ball striker, but somehow that, putting has been something which has always been a hit and a miss for him.
Yes, but he's been improving off late, and his consistency has been there.
Absolutely.
It's tough to be a winner. He had that opportunity, and I'm sure he'll have some more opportunities again. And you can learn from each defeat. I think it teaches you a lot.
Absolutely, but also looking at the other aspects of the game, for him to carry on year after year and maintain that sort of ball striking and still be able to compete at a level like this today, where the crop that keeps coming up is younger and younger, better and better. The scores are deeper and deeper, and Ranjit seems to be upping his game along with that trend that goes on.
Yes, it's kind of, as they say, it's up or out. You either improve or unfortunately fall by the wayside. So.
In fact, all of them, be it Mohammad Sanju, be it Amandeep or Ranjit Singh, all of them, of course, have to put in tremendous amount of work to keep that going. We have Samarth Dwivedi on our screens now, who again has been putting in a lot of work in the off-season. He's in fact completely revamped his game over the last couple of months. And talking about that chip-in, going back into it, one of the things, what Amandeep did over there was he actually did take off a lot of spin from that golf ball. He did use probably a sand wedge or a gap wedge over there. But if you notice, that ball really didn't have a checkup on it. So it dropped and it kept releasing towards the hole. Samarth, that release is just past the hole and on the low side for him.
I think that's something that we'll have to ask Mr. Amandeep Joel how he did that. It'll be interesting to get his take on that chip in. Have a look at the 18th hole here, the par 4. A lot of greenery here, very nice part of the country, very beautiful golf course, windswept. And the members here really do like their golf and support the game of golf. And I think that's a testament to some of the better players that are coming out of this part of the country. And we have another good putt there.
No, actually, come to look at it, you look at the way Coimbatore Golf Club has shaped up. It started off in 1977. It's got a bunch of very passionate people who play golf over here. And with the way things have been going, things in Coimbatore have been changing in terms of the landscape of golf. There has been another golf course also that has been added to the mix over here. And the quality of golf has remained pretty good. And there are more and more club golfers that have been growing in the city. So that always shows a good sign. Another veteran golfer, Harinder Gupta, who has been trying to find some form after a shoulder injury that he suffered for over a year now. Coming back into form. Harinder Gupta currently at 1 under par for the day and 5 under par for the tournament. Just 4 shots shy now. Arjun Sharma has picked up a shot and moved to 9 under par for the tournament.
As I told you, it's going to be tough to stop him. He's going to be like a runaway freight train. I was very impressed by the pedigree that he exhibited in those rounds of golf. And maybe I've not played a lot of rounds with these top players, but to get the opportunities, and even Pukhraj, I was astounded by the length that he was hitting the drive. He was clocking well over 350 yards, 300 in the air and 40 to 50 yards of roll. It was just, just one lusty blow after the other. On par 5, he was hitting mid-iron. So I was really, impressed by that kind of prodigious power. And Arjun as well is able to get it to about 300. Obviously, he's not one of the longest hitters, but he carries the ball about 280 and rolls it up to 310. But the great thing, that is still medium long. Unfortunately, the standards of golf has gone up so much that even 300 yards is not long now, but he hits all fairways.
Looking at now Dipankar Kaushal from Noida on our screens, currently at 1 under par for the day, starting the tournament with a pair of 71s, and seems like he's keeping that together today as well. Is currently with a total score of 3 under par.
Very soberly dressed today, the flamboyant Mr. Kaushal. My partner for a lot of rounds at Noida Golf Course. Again, one of the breed of long hitters. Probably seems to be in the middle of his career. Has been a professional for almost well over 10 years. And I think for 12, 13 years. And now would be the time that he would be looking to make a move on. Everything is primed for him to perform now.
On the sixth hole now, Dipankar coming up from just over the green for birdie. See a lot of players coming up from that area around the green with a putter and not going in with a wedge, which is quite unlike. Usually you'd see a lot of wedge game from around here, but only if you could chip like Amandeep.
That's
you could putt like Dipankar.
Yeah, that's a good putt there.
Amazing putt by Dipankar Kaushal coming up just shy of the hole. Superb effort from that long way off. Trishul Chinnappa, so playing this tournament, is currently at a tie for 7th position, along with Abhijit Singh Chadda and M. Dharma, all at 4 under par for the tournament. We have Karan Tonk back in action after a long while. Haven't heard much of him for a while. In fact, we haven't seen him too much in tournaments. Putting for birdie on hole number 6. Karan Tonk, another superb ball striker, very strong hitter of the ball. He's one of those ball strikers who can control the golf ball in these kind of windy situations. Making that putt for birdie will be good for him, as he is already 3 over par for the day after the first 3 holes. So that'll help him get that score back together. I have Omrakash Shahan, who lost this tournament in a playoff. The last time it was played to K. Prabhakaran.
K. Prabhakaran actually won the All India Amateur Championship here on this golf course. I don't know if you competed in that one. Do you remember that? Back in the 2007. I have some interesting stories from that as well.
2007.
Or 7, I think. Yeah.
I was hardly playing the tour at the time.
Yes. I think you were still an amateur at that point in time.
Yes. Yeah, I was still an amateur golfer. And I think you're talking about the amateur event only,
yes.
Right? Yeah, but I wasn't really playing the complete tour at that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
You were pursuing other fields at that point in time, it seems?
I think it was just like the onset of the start of my competitive career. So another veteran golfer on our screens, Mukesh Kumar.
Mukesh Kumar defies age. He's an ageless wonder of Indian golf with over 125 victories under his belt. He's really a fantastic player. What an ambassador, and what a career he's had. And I remember that when I was turning professional, we were taking more inspiration from him, that he's such a good player, and lo and behold, is still one of the best. Hitting over 500 balls a day and spending long hours on the practice range. It's reaped him a lot of reward.
Southpaw Jairaj Sandhu now on our screens. Interesting group here. Teeing off from the 10th hole today at 7:25 a.m. coming in on the 18th green now. Mukesh Kumar playing alongside Jairaj and Sagar Raghuvanshi. Sagar Raghuvanshi happens to be Mukesh's nephew, in fact. So a big day, I would think, for Sagar Raghuvanshi to be playing alongside his uncle in a group on the penultimate day of the tournament.
Get some of that gold dust off his uncle and learn a few things.
Look at that.
We have those uncle-nephew groups here with the Chaurasia as well. So that's good. At least they're learning the tricks of the trade, and India in effect gets a few good golfers. So it's a win-win everywhere.
Absolutely.
That thick rough that we were talking about requires the players to judge how the roll would be, and he seems to have done decently well there.
Very nicely done by Sagar Raghuvanshi there, coming in from Mau. That's where. My apologies. Sagar Raghuvanshi comes in from Pune. Mukesh Kumar comes in from Mau.
Early in the morning, the coffee is not
kicked in yet.
Exactly. So we're still fumbling and making a few errors, but ladies and gentlemen, so are the players. It's windy, it's difficult. We'll definitely have a worthy champion at the end of 4 days, as we have a look at one. Mukesh Kumar, orange pants. Seems to be taking inspiration from John Daly there. He's always been a very colorful dresser.
Remember, there was this one tournament where the wind picked up so much that the ball on the putting green started moving. They had to call it off for some time because, the players before they putted, actually, the ball was just moving due to the winds.
Yes, I remember that. And there was this particular green as well. I can't quite remember the hole on the front nine. That players would end up 5 or 7, 10 putting as well, and then the round had to be called off because the flag was actually on a slope, and the rules of golf stipulate, I think, that the ball should be able to stop 3 feet around the flag. If dropped from a 45-degree incline, and unfortunately that flag was also on a little bit of a ledge, and the wind picked up. I remember that I also five putted, and it felt like an achievement.
Mukesh showing what experience he has, making birdie on that 18th hole, which is his ninth hole for the day. And quick shout out and mention to Shamim Khan, who has played 258 events on the PGTI and is actually the money leader of lifetime earnings on the Professional Golf Tour of India, followed closely by Mukesh Kumar and then by Rashid Khan and Chikkarangappa. So very interesting statistics over here.
I think what is more.
I don't even know how to say those numbers. What are these?
Neither do I. I think
There's too many numbers in there.
They look like Greek.
What is this? Like a phone number or something? What is this? Lifetime earning?
Seems like a directory, actually. So, but if you look at the achievement by Chikka Rangappa, I find that to be the most impressive because he's only taken 89 events. And ladies and gentlemen, you can head over to pgtofindia.com and you can get all these statistics, and then you can see if you want to become a professional player and vie for the top purses and make a lot of money. I see our commentator here as well. I'll be somewhere lower down the list. Please don't go that far down.
I thought they would have deleted my name by now. I haven't played. But professional golf is a far cry, but I haven't played golf for the last 4 years. Not bad. I didn't know I had played 141 golf tournaments on the PGTI. My God, that's a lot of golf tournaments. Sagar Raghuvanshi.
You can see the green has different colored patches, and you want to tell our viewers a little bit about that. And I think I spoke at the wrong time. Maybe it was the different color patches that did him.
Looks like the putting is as patchy as the green appears, but even though the green is appearing patchy, we have news that the greens are really true.
But you want to tell us a little bit about different colored surfaces, and some of the grass is a different shade of green, and the other one a little shade of brown. How does that affect a player who's putting, and what is the difference?
Well, I'm not really certain about what the brown patches are there for, but usually when you see the dark green and the light green, you do see that the grain basically is cut in a certain manner which makes it appear darker or lighter in shade. The brownish one, of course, is the drier part of the green. I'm not so certain why the patches appear, even though the greens are known to be very true this week.
That's also camera work, because sometimes when you look at through the lens, the smallest inundations are visible. So obviously the greens are rolling through, but I think the effect that it has, that the direction of the grain in that particular patch is a little inconsistent as compared to the rest of the green. So one really does have to factor in everything, and that's why I took the time that I did.
But I also think that the way the soil is in each of the cities or each of the areas where the golf courses are made would be affecting tremendously. Ajith Singh Chadda not making the best of efforts there with his chip shot.
He would have been helped by Mr. Joel's chipping technique there.
Certainly, I'm sure he could pick up a few tips from Mr. Joel as the round ends.
It's an interesting putting routine being followed there.
Remember the par 5, the ninth hole, wherein you would hit a driver onto the other fairway, and if the wind was blowing downwind, you could actually be hitting a pitching wedge or a 9-iron into that green. And then if it was playing headwind, you could hit a driver in the 3-wood and still be pitching up about 30 yards.
Are you talking about hole number 9?
Ninth.
Hole number 9. I think the longer hitters used to go on towards the right side of the fairway.
I mean, you would just wait for the wind to hit it, actually. Yes. Especially if it was playing downwind, you would definitely want to be on that right side.
It's coming up a little short there. you have a look at Trishul takes fitness very seriously. And I think as well they should, because golf has now become a power game. You know, in the days of yore, it used to be a lot about working the ball, craftsmanship, and I think that's a change that all professional games are seeing, and you can see it across the board. Whether it's tennis, you're seeing shorter rallies but more powerful rallies, and even sports like football, you're seeing that games are evolving, and golf is definitely emblematic of that as well. You're seeing fitness is coming to the fore. Average driving distances, equipment, that's played a big part. Equipment is allowing these players to hit it well over 300 yards. And the way the golf ball technology is advanced through the years, so the ball has also become better. So, with that kind of, with those kind of tools at their disposal, the golfers are also doing the most to maximize the length they can hit it. Sometimes I wonder that if this kind of technology was available to players like Jack Nicklaus or Tiger Woods in their prime, how different would the outcome have been?
I think this skill level, of course, is something that Jack Nicklaus and guys like Arnold Palmer, Ben Hogan, Tiger Woods have maxed out on. But if you even look at today, even though all of these things have changed, living out there for Trishul Chinappa on this whole, even if you look at all of these, the technology changes, the winning score of the top guy was always pretty much similar, right? It's the depth of the field that has changed. So actually, it's the players who have done well over the years. Technology, how long do you think that it really takes to change technology and equipment? There is no big change in equipment that really comes in until a decade passes since the last change.
Yes, I agree. I think one thing, you're right about that. I think, you see a lot of advertisements that each driver goes 10 yards further than the other. If that were true, then people would be driving at a kilometer by now. So that doesn't quite happen. But I think the difference is that golf equipment has become more adaptable. So maybe 30 years previously, you would see that, the options in terms of weight and frequencies would not be that many. So you would have even shorter hitters using very heavy clubs. So now you'll have clubs which are more attuned to specific golfers and their idiosyncrasies. So that helps golfers to maximize their potential. And that's where I think the difference is coming, especially things like clubs for left-handed players.
At the end of the day, when you're talking about technology and equipment, I think the only people that it's really benefited is the club golfer, the older person, the lady golfer, and the junior golfers. Great power there by Abhijit Chadda, saving that 10-footer after a not so good chip attempt. So yeah, going back to that conversation about technology, and I think technology in equipment is only helping out the juniors, the club golfers, the senior golfers. But if you look at most of the professional golfers, still they play the old school blades. That's the way that they work even now. I think the only thing that probably the pros have gathered some sort of extra from is fitting technology. That could be one thing. I think the other thing that professionals have gained a little bit from is the fitting technology and the driver technology having changed. Driver technology has changed about a decade or maybe a dozen years ago. Other than that, I don't think the professional golfer is really gaining much. The way the professional golfer is gaining in terms of technology probably could be in terms of using radars like the TrackMan and the Flight Scope and understanding more about the club face and what the ball is doing and how to maximize that. Also using technology to become fitter, using a lot more apps, maybe a fitness watch or a band, some of these new techs which come in where players wear something to understand what kind of food works for them, what kind of food doesn't work for them. I think that's the way these athletes are working,
I think you're right.
To their maximized potential.
I think what's done actually, it's bunched up the field a lot more.
Right.
So obviously, the better players are still the better players, the top players, gifted players. But they would see that maybe the lesser gifted players, they're able to bridge that gap somehow by using technology. That's what I feel.
Absolutely.
So it's very tough for a player to be dominant now. As you're seeing on all tours, even on the PGA Tour, you don't find any dominant player. You're seeing it's almost a game of musical chairs in terms of the world number one ranking. It keeps shifting from one player to another. You don't find that kind of dominance. Like if you saw Greg Norman or Tiger Woods obviously dominating, Greg Norman dominating world ranking for such a long time. So that is a difference because you're seeing depth in the field, plus you're seeing access to equipment. So, previously, if you'd have a player having 2 bad weeks and maybe his driver going to the right, he'd try and change his technique. Now they can just change the setting on the driver and swing the same way. So that is a big difference, I feel.
Incidentally, that the setting on the driver change, it actually doesn't really work all the time, especially if you're rotating the adapter. Instead, if you were to move the weights, it does work. But if you were to move the shaft spine, then it doesn't really work because the flow of the shaft is actually changing the moment you change the setting on the shaft. It's only some of the high-end shafts that don't really have that mid spine, so which you can rotate around. But that's hardly available to anyone. So actually, the only way that the technology drivers are helping is by moving the weights around. In fact, even in the older days, if you remember, we used to carry lead tape with us to sort of do the same.
But yeah, I mean, it just made it a little more convenient. As you have a look at that chip shot.
We have the Saurav Chaudhary, another new name that we are finding on the PGTI, playing alongside Arjun Bhati and Alap Ayal. Alap Ayal coming in from Mysore and Arjun Bhati from Greater Noida. Got Kalin Joshi and Shamim Khan sticking around at 8 under par, while Arjun Sharma seems to be pressing the gas pretty early. He's at 2 under par for the day and a total of 10 under par for the tournament, leading the way currently by 2 shots.
If you were to look at the scorecard, this golf course only measured 6,540 yards, but somehow
it never felt so, did it?
It never felt so. And even if there was tailwind, some holes would play shorter. But
I think it all evens out.
What do you put that down to? I mean, if I just think about it now, 6,500 is an extremely short golf course. It's not even a short golf course. It's extremely short. But
actually,
and it's a par 72 at that, mind you.
I think firstly the high winds add to the toughness of a golf course. You don't really need only a long golf course to make it hard for you. Then the rough aspect of the golf course, that pops in and that adds another element. Also, there are a bunch of greens at the Coimbatore Golf Club which are slightly tabletopish. So on a windy golf course to have tabletopish greens, it becomes even tougher to sort of get the ball close to the hole. So even that aspect is playing up quite a bit. And to top it all, I feel that even though it's a windy course, it's a pretty soft golf course each of the times that we have all played over there. So even on a downwind, it's pretty much the fly yardage that you're playing with. You're never really playing with any roll number coming up and adding up to that ball.
Yeah, you're right about that. And I think that's why you're seeing players like Shamim Khan who were able to play well here and now atop the leaderboard.
Also, the Coimbatore Golf Club has some really interesting holes, like the 8th hole, a double dog-legged par 4. So you get a right to left dog leg on the tee shot, and thereafter you get a left to right dog leg for your second shot. And with a creek, which is just before the green. In fact, I remember it plays so much of headwind that a lot of players used to actually purposely lay up on a par 4 and try to make an up and down from before that creek. Really difficult to get to on your second shot.
But that's quite a hole, I remember. It used to be a very daunting second shot, I remember, especially in the headwind. And you used to be stuck in a quandary at times. I remember hitting a good drive, and in the headwind, used to have a 3-wood to that green, and there was a narrow chute, and the trees were overhanging. And I remember hitting that 3-wood used to be a very nerve-wracking experience.
Yeah, you had to be absolutely on point with the amount of carry you get, because you had to drop that ball absolutely perfect. The green is guarded by almost like a jungle-like area all around on 3 sides, and you had that creek at the bottom of it. So you really had no leeway for that ball to drop. Like maybe there was a leeway at the back of the green, so you could go a little harder with that 3-wood, but that wasn't there. You couldn't go left or right either, and you couldn't go short either. So with a club as long as that, with a ball flying, for about 250 yards in the air, with of course a lot of headwind, to be able to control that sort of spin is very difficult.
I think that's what
for the best of guys.
That's what makes it very unique, this golf course. And I think also some rough this week, and that should make things interesting.
Also, it's interesting to see for our viewers that there's a different color of sand that we find in these bunkers, and you will see that from area to area that we go to in the country, will find a different grain of sand in all the bunkers. And that's pretty much due to the local factors of the land over there. And of course, each of these sand colors and textures, each of the players has to learn a very different way of playing them. You've got heavier sand, players can afford to be a lot more steeper. Great judgment there by the player on our screens, coming up just about 6 feet on the right side of the hole for birdie on hole number 6.
In terms of yardage and measurements, not really too much, very short holes. And I think with the wind dying down, you'll see a lot more birdies as well.
My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. A little delay in the name there. That's Shivendra Singh Sisodia coming up from the left side of the fairway. He's playing alongside Abhijit Singh Chadda and Trishul Chinappa. In fact, Shivendra Singh Sisodia, along with M. Dharma, tied the course record over here of 65 just yesterday.
I think he's someone who can definitely belt it out there. He's one of the longer hitters, and also when he's playing well, is able to putt really well. And I think those two, that combination is lethal. If you can be a good putter and driver, then there's not much left.
I mean, I think like Shivendra's game is like an ECG report, though. So kind of you see a lot of ebbs and flows in it. You see him raking up 8, 9, 10 birdies on certain days, and after that, you see him on the other side of the leaderboard. It's just amazing that that's the kind of ability the man has, to be able to come out and make that many birdies and play that aggressively on pretty much every golf course he plays on. It's quite phenomenal.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, height of the Eiffel Tower, an iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Wonderful Coimbatore Golf Club. We have visible on our screens Gaurav Pratap Singh, professional from Noida Golf Course. Gaurav Pratap Singh at 1 over for the day and 3 over for the tournament. So we'll be looking to make a few birdies and try to move up the leaderboard. Players understand that this is a sort of reboot and a very important part of the schedule. The second half is what they call money country. And if they want to gather up points and even pick up those elusive world ranking points and then go and qualify for the Asian Tour and maybe try their hand at the other tours, these tournaments are definitely very important in that regard. Seeing a sizable gallery as well, so that's a good side always. The patrons coming out to watch their players. Shivendra there making that putt for birdie. Arjun Sharma has already made 2 birdies and is at 10 under par for the day and 2 adrift of Cullen and Shamim. So my predictions do seem to be coming true at this point in time.
And now on the 18th hole now. On the 18th hole, we have the group of Akshay Sharma, Gaurav Pratap Singh, and Rajesh Kumar. As you can tell, the 18th hole is playing a lot of downwind. Pretty straight up hole, quite a wide fairway on this one, so not really a lot of difficulty coming up onto this green. But yes, judging the shot, especially the second shot, correctly to get it close enough to the hole can be a little bit of a task. Gaurav Pratap Singh is really good with his shot game, and a man with no fear kind of an attitude to play golf. A former winner at the Noida Golf Club. Not very happy with that attempt. Will not be making it, but not too bad. It's a pretty good attempt actually. Just about a foot away from the hole. So, like, could have been a bit of a misread. Gaurav Pratap Singh currently at 1 over par for the day and a total of 3 over par for the tournament, tied for 46th position. So a drop of that one shot has cost him 9 positions on the leaderboard today. He picks up a few shots on the golf course when he moves into the front nine. That could be a little bit of a saving grace. Akshay Sharma currently at 1 under par for the day and a total of 1 over par for the tournament. Running that one by the hole. Akshay Sharma, also a former winner on the tour. Playing partner Rajesh Kumar now. Rajesh Kumar currently at 1 under par for the day as well, just like Akshay Sharma, and tied with Akshay at a score of 1 over par. Both tied at 32nd position and have moved up 5 spots from their position yesterday. Rajesh Kumar, not difficult for him. He just quickly rolled that one into the hole for par. Akshay Sharma now coming up after that first putt of his, about 5 feet from the hole.
Electric blue is the color that he's gone with.
Like I said, you're really paying attention to detail today. Is this something like a conversation that you had with your wife, probably? It sounds like you didn't notice a haircut that she had, and there's just a big change of things after that.
Always remember, it's never a one-way conversation, not called a conversation. It's more like a diktat. So, but no, I mean, I'm seeing these flamboyant colors on the golf course. It's always nice to see.
How about some printed pants there for M. Dharma?
Dharma has pulled out something from the John Daly collection.
Almost camouflaging along with that golf course.
Seems to be
I would have
the
never
kind of
known.
camouflage that they use in the ice. Let's see if he's got some ice running in those veins, cold as ice.
Okay, Shaurya.
If he's close to the flag, that means that he sure does have ice running through those veins, feeling no pressure.
Great shot.
True to form. Now we'll have about 15 feet for birdie there.
And a very good ball striker, M. Dharma. He packs in, enough amount of distance off the tee box, but really good with his irons. Remember a couple of tournaments ago that we saw him. He was hitting on an average, 15 to 16 greens a tournament. That's really not easy to do, especially on some of the longer golf courses or a windy one for that matter.
I think very similar profile of player to Arjun Sharma. Obviously, a much more accomplished player, M. Dharma, a champion, a winner on tour.
Dharma, of course, is seasoned, way more seasoned than we both are at commentary.
We're getting there. Slow and steady wins the race.
Well, the last time I checked, that didn't win any race, my friend.
Actually, slow and steady doesn't even let you enter into a race. Maybe just watch a race. As we see, Arjun is definitely not slow nor steady. He's at 10 under par, ladies and gentlemen. After 40 holes of this tournament, Arjun Sharma is he's definitely thrown down a marker. I have my money on him. He's playing really well, and I feel he might even be able to separate himself from the field and have a sizable victory the way he's playing. No, I'm not just hyping him up. It's because I had the opportunity of playing with him, and it just feels like he's playing on a different level altogether. And I'm not exaggerating. I played with him 3 rounds, and he did not, to my memory, I don't remember him missing a fairway with the driver.
Oh, really?
I don't remember him missing a fairway with the driver, and Noida has narrow fairways.
Yeah, and it's not easy to hit all the fairways in Noida.
So
No
if
chance.
he can do that there, and then there's not much left to the game. And obviously, he's a brilliant putter, and he's using.
I think Arjun's always been a pretty good putter. Maybe a little bit erratic with his ball striking, maybe at the time that I played with him. But
Is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel. That is high on strength and corrosion resistance and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot over bridges, the insides of railway compartments and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Yeah. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra-Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects 2 parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
commercials running for the Tata Steel projects that are running. We also had Akshay Sharma showing us the importance of marking a golf ball. I think you have any anecdotes to share from that, Shaurya?
Yes, of course, it's very important. Otherwise, you end up hitting the wrong ball and penalizing yourself two shots and the other unfortunate person as well. So your own insignia is important to have on the ball. But no anecdotes. Sometimes I used to, write my aspirational score 68. Unfortunately, it never worked out. I tried every trick in the book. Golfers are a very superstitious lot. So yes, we try all things, and sometimes you can try and market similar to a better player and, and play his ball and say, "Oh, I never knew it was not my ball." No, please don't do that. You'll be incurring a two-shot penalty. And we have a look at those camo pants.
Actually, not camo. They've got anchors made on it, so just like Dharma is anchored on top of that ball right now.
Attention to detail.
I'm learning from
Oh,
my
unfortunately,
co-commentator.
the ball not anchoring itself in the hole, jettisoned out.
We're definitely seeing a lot of camouflage though with the color that he's wearing. The camera pans a little bit away. We're able to.
I used to try that to merge with the surroundings.
Just so that Mr. Charlie couldn't see you.
Yeah, but you still somehow. The funny stories on the amateur tour back in the day, the referees used to actually hide.
They're like the Delhi cops, is it?
Yeah, exactly.
When you go on a road in Delhi, like suddenly you cross a red line and one guy just pops up from the divider.
Yeah, that would be a referee back in the day. He was like, "I'm timing you."
मैं यही हूँ.
That would be the referee. I was like, "Oh no, I never saw you, so it doesn't count." But they would have none of that. We were timing you. I would say, "Sorry, I didn't know. Please give me another chance."
As our leader group now coming up onto that sixth hole, Shamim Khan, of course, with that effortless walk and that effortless game. We have also now moved on to another hole. We've got Manu, Gandas and Adil Bedi playing alongside Sanjeev Kumar. Adil Bedi, after a good start to the tournament with a 69, followed it up with a 77.
Promising young talent, suffered an injury, which I think kind of derailed his campaign a little bit. He suffered a wrist injury. So in a very nascent stage, already a winner on tour. And now seems to be getting back into the swing of things. But as you realize that with an injury, especially when in a younger career, you have other players who kind of leapfrog you, and then they, then they're very confident in shooting low scores, and you get back. If you can't quite pick up from where you left off, you feel a little lost at times.
I think, if I'm not wrong, he had a wrist injury some time back. I'm not certain, but I think even after you recover from an injury, firstly to put it through that rehab and to get it going on a golf course in practice over and over again with the number of reps that a player needs to make. I think somewhere in the back of your mind, you're still left with this thought that I can't go very hard at it, or something which sort of holds you back. So it does take a long time to sort of come back out of any sort of an injury. You look at, I think even look at Tiger Woods. Even he, goes across with his work very, very stealthily and does a lot of rehab work before he gets back to playing after an injury. And I think, if I'm not wrong, Shaurya, even you back in the day had a wrist injury that you struggled with, right? You're really itching to tell us about that, aren't you?
I'll tell you that wrist injuries make for great commentators. That's what I'll tell you.
Luckily, I didn't have one.
So, injuries are a very unfortunate part of the game. I tell you that much. And if you're a full-time professional golfer and you're sitting out of tournaments owing to injury,
that seems like a really sad story.
It is. It's tearful. I would suggest you bring out the tissues right now. I can tell you back in the day, it's sitting out for 2 or 3 months, and I had a recurring sort of an injury that I tried to avoid surgery, because you always realize that.
Sanjeev Kumar from Lucknow with a great attempt.
No such problems there, Sanjeev Kumar.
Very good release of that putter through the ball for Sanjeev. Great speed control as well as line control there for him. Going back to the injury and the heartbreak for Shaurya.
Well, of course, it was an unfortunate incident, and I wonder why you want to bring that memory back again.
Since we were just having a chat about it, Shaurya since then has basically been wearing a wristband on his hand, almost like a lucky charm for him. We have Manu Gandas on our screens now. Manu Gandas, currently number 3 on the PGTI Order of Merit. Another superb golfer. What I really like about Manu is the way he goes about his business on the golf course. You really can't tell whether he's hit a good shot or a bad shot. Really keeps to himself, very focused on his game. Manu tapping that one in, not giving himself that birdie opportunity. You have Adil Bedi now coming up.
So going back to the question of injury, good thing we don't see Adil wearing any sort of wrist strap, so that means that the injury has healed fully. So that's a good sign, because what normally happens after an injury to the extremities, and especially the joint which is closest to the golf club, the wrist joint, I think is a very precarious kind of injury, because you're always second guessing yourself, and you're not always sure that if you can go 100% at it, and that's why a lot of the golfers after wrist injury sort of wear a strap, and that kind of over time it kind of degenerates the joint and becomes a little weaker, if anything. So I would suggest that players take their health seriously, and if you do get injured, take the time out, and I think playing through an injury, it sounds fancy, and but I think it's best to sort of recover and then play.
Adil would have to tap that one in for par. There we have on our screens now the next group coming up onto this 18th hole. We have Mithun Pereira, who's just hit that shot. He's playing alongside Sachin Besoya and Mohammad Azhar. While we go back to our leader group now, back on that 6th hole, we have Arjun Sharma.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Back live to the action. We have Cullen Joshi on our screens. Cullen currently at 8 under par for the tournament, trailing Arjun by 2 shots. Arjun there seems to cut a diminutive figure, but he definitely does pack a punch. Takes his fitness seriously, and a very athletic golfer, able to get that ball to about 300 yards, and shows you that you don't have to be the longest hitter. But he definitely is still able to get it to about 300 yards, and very consistent with his driving, straight down the middle, and a good putter. And shows you that if you can do the basics right, then you can dominate. And Cullen, on the other hand, is a different kind of player altogether. A power player, one of the longest hitters here in India. So the power does help, but if you can get accuracy as well, then that's a winning combination. Very beautiful walks between the tee and the green here at the Coimbatore Golf Club. Ladies and gentlemen, you're here with us on ABP Live and on PGTI. We are here at the Tata Steel Championship being played at the Coimbatore Golf Club, and we're here at the penultimate day's action. The cut has been drawn after 2 days of play. And the cut went at 4 over par. And we saw a total of 60 players actually make the cut. There were 10 players tied at the 50th position. So a lot of players actually getting in. On the professional golf tour of India, you have the top 50 players and tied after 2 days who move on to the money rounds. And just a little bit of introduction for our viewers who are new to the game of golf. A professional tournament is played over 4 days. You could normally have between 125 to 140 entrants. In this case, we had 125 players actually teeing it up. And from these players, only the top 50 and ties move on to the money rounds. And the rest of them, unfortunately, don't get a paycheck. So professional sport is pretty unforgiving, and it only rewards excellence. And so it should. So the many players here who will fight amongst themselves for the top honors. The winner normally gets about 16% of the overall purse of the tournament. This tournament offers a handsome prize fund of rupees 50 lakh, and it's a stroke play event. With the majority of professional tournaments that happen are stroke play events. Some of the noteworthy players who have unfortunately not made it to the weekend rounds are Vishal Singh, a previous winner on tour, Amandeep Malik, the flamboyant player from Noida Golf Club, unfortunately not making the cut. Very unlike him, very consistent performer. Divyansh Bajaj from Kolkata also not being able to move on to the money rounds. You have Anura Rohana, a winner, the player from Sri Lanka, also not having the best of outings this week. But most of the favorites have managed to make the weekend rounds and are playing well. You can see the wind is really howling at this point in time, and you can see the caddy there trying to use some body English to try and coax that ball into the hole. As we have a look at Mithun Pereira there. Mithun playing alongside Mohammad Azhar and Sachin Besoya. This is a golf course that would be ideal for somebody like Mithun. He's really does struggle with distance off the tee, barely hitting the driver about 240, 45 yards and 50 at most. But he's very accurate with the rest of the clubs. In fact, his stories are almost like fables. how good he hits that five wood from around 200 yards to 190 yards. He's able to hit it always within 20-25 feet of the flag. So what he lacks in distance, he makes up in accuracy. As you have a look at Azariah. On the left of his screen, you can see the tour partners. They're so important to the tour. All these tournaments are made possible by our bevy of tour partners: Rolex, Tata Steel, American Express, Electro, Athletic Drive, and Golf Plus. They're able to do so much for the game of golf and support the tour. And these tournaments are made possible by their patronage. As we have a look at Mithun there, very, very stylish golf shoes. Allah Miguel Jimenez, he looks like he's definitely enjoying his day out in the sun, so as to speak. What you see there is a scorer, ladies and gentlemen. So what you have in golf, you have to report the score of your co-players. Nobody fills their own score. So you have three players and they exchange cards and fill each other's score. And there's a scorer normally after each three holes in professional tournaments. He notes down the score. And at the end of 18 holes, players are supposed to have a look at their own cards and submit the card and sign them. There are a lot of idiosyncrasies in the rules of golf. So in case you erroneously sign the wrong card, you're disqualified. So we have to play 72 shots, 18 holes, and then you get back and you have to recount each shot and make sure that it's correctly entered. So if you do make a mistake of entering a higher score than what you actually made, that is fine. But even by mistake, if your marker has marked you for a birdie instead of a par, and that slips your vision, and you unfortunately submit a wrong card, you're disqualified. So often you'll see professionals after they finish a round at the scoring desk, they're very focused to report back the score. So that's something that is very unique in the game of golf. I can't think of any other sport where you self-reporting your score. Hence, honesty is a trait that you'll find with a lot of professional golfers. I mean, in fact, a lot of them, all of them, in fact. So, because golf is very penal if you are able to make these kind of mistakes knowingly. And that's what makes this game unique. As we have a look at the fluttering flags.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
A look at our leaderboard here. My apologies. The leader group. We have a look at Arjun walking on the green here. Arjun playing alongside Shamim Khan and Khalin Joshi in the leader group. And we are at the seventh hole. You'll see the players taking a lot of time to read their putts and try to formulate what line that they should take on this putt. And that becomes so much more important when playing in wind. Because wind can actually affect even shorter putts. So it's important to read the line and then gauge how the wind is going to affect the putt. So players have a lot to calculate in these kind of conditions. Seventh hole is a medium length par 3 measuring at 180 yards as we pan to the leaderboard. We had a lot of first time entrants into the leaderboard this time. Players are coming through the Q school and making cut. The established name Dhruv Sharan actually at 59th position, not having the best of outings. As we have that look, that birdie attempt just veering off to the right. Harmeet Kalon, the experienced campaigner, the Arjun awardee at 2 over par, player from Chandigarh, multiple Asian Tour winner. He's also one of the senior players, so as to speak, but definitely playing and competing with the youngsters. Vikrant Chopra at level par. Omrakash Shahan, a winner on tour, also alongside at level par. As you have a look at Shamim. It's good to see the patrons and the members out there following the players. You can see their excitement right at the back. What's so enjoyable for members is to see professionals and how they navigate their golf course. These members would be playing this golf course maybe 2 or 3 times a week, and they would know the ins and out of this golf course, and seeing a good professional navigate their course would also give them a fresh perspective. We have a look at Arjun with his birdie attempt. That's a little surprising, but Arjun leaves himself with a little bit of work to do there for his par. Giving that a little bit too much respect, or maybe the wind flummoxed him, so only time will tell. Now, Shamim Khan, this is where he's made his living. Inside 25 feet, he's been one of the best putters on tour, and that's one of the main reasons that he sits atop the career earning list on the PGTI. Let's see if he's able to hold this putt. A very wristy putting stroke. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, making it look extremely easy. And believe you me, it's not that easy. But there's something that in his putting stroke, it's very loose, languid, easy, no tension in the hands. As we have Arjun here navigating that green and trying to understand the way that putt would break. What is so important on the first part is to try and go beyond the hole, because then that takes out the mystery of the putt that you'll have on the way back. This one should move a little bit from his left, but you can see he's taking a lot of time on that, because the last thing you want to do is make a 3-putt, because he seemed to have hit a decent tee shot. Should be able to make that putt uphill, breaking a little bit from his left right. Would maybe aim to the left center of the cup and hit a firm one. What would you do in this case, Rahul? Do you like to firm these putts in the hole or die them in?
These ones, I think I pretty much play them medium speed all through the day, unless and until the greens were playing to a really fast pace.
That's what he has done as well, and he cleans up for his par on hole number 7.
Just a quick roundup of this year's birdie leaders. We've got Manu Gandas, who's leading the way with 127 birdies that he's made in total. And he's actually got the maximum number of birdies in the penultimate rounds. We also have Karthik Sharma, who's made 124 birdies, same as Singh Sandhu. So it's amazing how the number of birdies that you make actually does not translate into what actually happens on a scoreboard or on the order of merit. So the order of merit, Singh Sandhu is at the second position, while Karthik Sharma is at 14th position, even though they've made the same number of birdies for the year so far. Looking at Harshit Singh Sethi, playing his first year as a professional golfer. Harshit Singh Sethi, after a good start to the tournament, coming up with 66 and 75. After that, in the second round, not having the greatest of shows today, with a 7 on the card as well. It's amazing. We've had there have been 4 eagles so far today on the third hole, the par 5. But we've also had a bunch of double bogey. It just goes to show that what the wind can really do in terms of adding different sort of difficulties to different players.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a look at Harinder Gupta there, who's at 5 under for the tournament so far. As we look at the leaderboard,
Harinder is at 6 under par.
I think this is a golf course where you'll see that the leaderboard, as we progress through the day on this moving day, would they would not bunch up as much as that we're used to seeing. You would have players in different scores, and I feel that difference would definitely increase between the top of the leaderboard and the middle rung.
Absolutely. I think there might be a little bit of a difference, especially between the first half and the second half of that leaderboard. But we will definitely be seeing a lot of bunching up, especially in the top 10, as we can tell from the scores right now. 10 under is leading, while the 10th position currently is at 3 under par. So there is a 7-shot gap. But as the day goes on, we will see that a lot more red numbers do come up on that leaderboard. A lot of guys from the bottom also will be jumping up, as we can tell from the live leaderboard right now. There are a lot of birdies being made on the golf course. Like if you look at Ntanga Raja's scorecard for today, he's made a par and 2 bogeys on number 1, 2, and 3, and thereafter he's made 4 birdies up till for the next 6 holes. So that's it really goes to show what kind of golf is being played over here. We have Cullen Joshi on our screens now, right on the 8th hole.
A lot of power in that swing, and needs that on this hole. Although for him, this should be easy. For a medium or a short hitter, this is a very difficult hole. I would be interesting to see how Shamim actually plays this hole.
I think you'd have something like a 4-iron or a 5-iron into the green, unless some of the players who've got a lot of carry on their golf ball do actually go over the left side, sort of cutting across the dogleg. But that play also depends a lot on how the rough is playing during this week.
I would think a player like Cullen would not have more than an 8-iron with his length. And the wind seems to have died down. It's very benign. I think that's one of the big defenses of this golf course. If there's no wind, this golf course is there for the taking, because par 4s are really short. You're having a look at the average par for about 400 yards, so just a drive and a pitch. So the wind definitely needs to be up. Otherwise, this golf course can really be taken apart by these players.
Absolutely. A couple of tight holes also on the back nine, right? So like the 12th hole, the par 5, even though it's a short par 5, the size of the fairway is quite narrow. And you also have you could run out of fairway if you, sort of miss that ball just slightly towards the right. And also that second shot, when you have to go over the trees to decide how much carry it is going to be with the wind conditions, especially with that little hazard at the front of the green.
What are you realistically looking at an iron? I mean, even a medium player like myself, I remember used to hit like a 5 driver and a 5 iron. So
absolutely.
It's not really...
Absolutely, but it has to be hit crisply enough to, fly that hazard and still go sit on that green.
Well, that's a par 5 we're talking about. You still lay up and still chip it on the green for a birdie. So
I'm really not looking at laying up on a 5 iron in my hand, my friend.
I must tell you, on that note, I think it's a very And that hole has caused me a lot of agony in the past. I must tell you, that's the hole where I.
Yeah, well, not so difficult, but it's caused me a lot of agony.
No, that was not because of the approach shot. That was due to my lack of knowledge of how physics works.
Right. Seems
Actually,
like you
chipped
matured
behind in
up.
the hazard.
Wow, you really matured up over the years, haven't you?
Yeah, just stop playing.
Now you just say that,
Just stop playing altogether.
fine, I have a 5-iron shot to the green, but let me just take a 9-iron and leave myself a 30-yarder
So
up and down.
I must tell you that we now spoke of that hole and a 5-iron in my hand during that All India Championship. If you remember that Brandon Grace was here from South Africa.
No, I haven't played that tournament.
The major champion. He actually was playing that tournament.
You spent some time in really elite company, haven't you?
I can't say the same about him when he was playing with me, and he had a horrible time playing here. I remember he shot 2 10-overs, and then he was just aghast about the win, and I was really enjoying that. I was like, yeah, I think I remember I was playing really well that time, and we landed up on the 13th hole second day. He was totally out of the tournament, and it was the qualifying for the match play, and I had a 5-iron in my hand, I remember, and he's about 15 yards by me, and he would have had a 7-iron. And I was playing well. I thought, let me just lay up. I took out an 8-iron. I said, I'm not going to go for this green because it always causes me trouble. I'll lay up and try to make birdie from there. He actually walked back and he looked at me. He said, what are you doing? I was a little confused. I was like, maybe I offended him somehow. And I said, what happened? He was looking incandescent with anger. He said, how can you lay up on a par 5 with a 5-iron in your hand? He said, how can you do this? It makes no sense. Why are you laying up? What kind of a player are you? I said, would you mind your own business? And I ended up laying up. But then he told me later, and it actually resonated with me. That's why he's I think he's a major champion and a great player. And he said that when you have an opportunity for birdie, always go for it. And especially something like this. He says it's almost criminal to not go for a green with a 5-iron. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have an option, always throw caution to the wind.
Talking about company, I think Brendan Grace has been keeping much better company than you of late. You've been in my company. I have Trishul Chinappa, after mapping the green completely, spending some time over there, questioning what that line was going to be like, really doing his aim point stuff over there, and done a fairly good job of that knowledge that he gained. He's got about 6 feet, coming slightly downhill for birdie on the 9th hole. This is the double dog leg par 5, and Shivendra Singh Sisodia coming from the right side. Not sure if he's in the rough or in the bunker.
The wind definitely helping the players right now on this hole. Long hitters like Shivendra could find it really easy with this kind of wind. Not doing the best, not his best effort right there. Seems to have duffed his chip shot.
Very difficult to judge a chip or a pitch coming in from a very thick rough. Sometimes the club can really get caught up in there. The hosel sort of gets ruffled up with that thick stuff. Abhijit Singh Chadda finding something under his shoes just before he wants to go and make that putt.
That's why I think in golf, there's so many different facets of the tee. You need the power of a blacksmith, and around the green, you need the touch of a surgeon. Very tough to find all these qualities in one person. Seems like Arjun Sharma definitely has both right now. Shamim Khan not letting up. Just one shot behind at this point in time.
Arjun Sharma has some task on his hands with Shamim Khan trailing by 1 and Kalin Joshi trailing by 2 shots. And the rookie Akshay Niranjan also continuing his good form, currently at 6 under par for the tournament, while Shivendra Singh Sisodia, one of the few players that we see with a glove on while putting.
Does that help?
Well, I have no idea. I would not do that.
I think I'll definitely try that next time.
Be my guest.
I think we should have a commentators round of golf and see where that goes.
As long as there's no money involved in this sort of a betting ground, I'm fine with it.
As long as there's no time limit, I'm fine with it. I believe in a battle of attrition.
I think I'll just leave you to play the last 4 holes yourself. And you'll walk off the 14th hole and be like, I'm done. This is it.
Abhijit Chadha here on hole number 9. using a very peculiar kind of a putting grip. Can you educate us a little bit about that?
Well, education is something that I do usually for a living.
Please do tell us about this, the intricacies of this putting grip and how it's going to help Abhijit Chadha hold that putt.
So the claw grip is what this is called basically, and it's good for people who've got very, very overactive right hands in their putting stroke. So, sort of just completely pacifies the right hand's work and gets a very left dominant sort of action on the putting stroke.
So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe that is the secret sauce. Let's see if the claw is going to help Abhijit claw his way to a birdie. Unfortunately, not.
It didn't get into the jaws. That claw didn't get in the jaws, did it?
Really rhyming here this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, maybe the next roll it'll work.
Like Ajith Singh Chadha is
They're 5 under for the tournament. So
donned a smile for that miss.
he's definitely rolling with the punches. Taking the rough patch with the good, and that's the kind of attitude required to win on tour.
I think Trishul Chinappa using the aim point technique. It's quite a time-consuming technique, I think, to be reading lines. But nonetheless, that's none of my business. It's mainly a referee's business to be looking into that.
Exactly. Referees always have a lot of work to do, and if I'm not there, I'm sure there are other players. But I find that overcomplicating the process of reading the green is also counterproductive. It's just something called natural feel, and you don't want to complicate.
Well, I think we'll just know in a moment or so whether it was
You always act
complicated
like the proof of the pudding lies in the eating. It's one part can't be emblematic of everything, but of course, I'm sure it works for him. That's why he's here.
So the greens are rolling really fast, and aim point technique for Trishul Chinappa does seem to work, even
Trishul,
though
please do
I do not
continue.
subscribe to it.
Please do continue with it. Whatever rocks your boat.
I mean, I totally agree with you. I think the feel factor, what your eyes are seeing, and how you're feeling about the putt. Sometimes you feel like hitting a firm stroke. Sometimes you think that that's the one that's going to hold the line a lot better. And I don't think any mechanical sort of technical sort of a technique can really add value to putting. It's the feel of hitting a putt, the feel of hitting a solid putt, seeing the putt break from the sides that you're looking at. I think that kind of knowledge is just
Like a putt like
immensely.
this right now, we're having a look at Abhijit, and he's having to give this putt a lot of respect. And that's the thing about golf, is that it can just slip away in the blink of an eye. You hit a good shot, you have a 5 to 6 feet putt for birdie, and if you just run it by, the next one can be pretty treacherous, as it seems to be in this case.
I think over a period of time, players do learn that the value of each and every shot. I teach mainly for a living, and I see that a lot of junior golfers and club amateurs, they don't really pay attention to those 2-footers, so they just go and knock them in. But if you just don't look at, let's say, the grain, whichever side it's coming from, you could be really thrown off that line even on a 2-footer. So I think over a period of time, each of the players, they become more cautious, and they understand that each shot counts. And if you look at this leaderboard today, each shot does count. I mean, one shot can make Shamim the leader and Arjun the second. So that's just the way it goes in this game.
Absolutely. It's a game of inches, and that reminds me of that famous movie. Was it The Longest Yard, where there was a speech by Al Pacino, where talking about, I think it's a movie on American football. I don't quite remember. I think it was The Longest Yard, but that's what golf is about. It's a game of inches. One inch here and there, and that could be the difference between a birdie and a par.
Yeah, but when we look at these kind of winds, we're not looking at inches, we're looking at bunch of yards is what the ball is thrown off at. I remember we used to aim in the middle of the left trees on the first hole over here, and thereafter also try to draw it into the ball can come around the.
For me as a viewer right now, I think it's a mouth-watering prospect to see the back nine and the wind picking up. It definitely does add another element to viewership. As you see high winds, you see how the ball would be affected by this wind, and you learn a thing or two.
So I think Saqib is more of a feel kind of a putter. In fact, I would think that most of the players are feel kind of putters. You look at even the top of the rung of the PGA Tour players. How many players do you actually see working on a mechanical way to read a line? In fact, in India, for that matter, The amount of grain that we have on our greens over here, you think that just a slope reading technique is going to be good enough, and calculative technique. I think there are so many factors to it, right? There's uphill, downhill, against grain, side grain, with you, and
Yeah, that's one of
whatnot.
the reasons.
Yeah.
If you look at the texture of my hair, it's turned grey prematurely because trying to read these greens, I was always left confused.
Yeah.
So I would think that to really just try and trust your eyes. And we can't advocate a certain technique, but I feel that if you try and play golf as children do, just sort of look at the hole and putt.
How are you saying like prematurely? The last I remember was about 2 decades ago that you went to college. I mean,
Yeah, very
prematurely? Are you serious?
Very unfair of you to ridicule me for my advancing age. And you're making me remember that the days of youth are long gone.
Veteran yourself.
Veteran commentator.
The rookie commentator, but
Veteran nevertheless. And there we have another unfortunate miss there. I think we disturbed the player with our commentary. Did we?
a little bit of a body turn there to tap down that spike mark that apparently the player did not notice before hitting the putt.
There we have a look at Vikrant Chopra
Another seasoned professional golfer, isn't he?
with that broomstick. I think it'd be quite difficult to putt with a broomstick in windy conditions.
He also uses the claw grip. I'm not sure if wind would really make a difference to that putt, but maybe you're absolutely right. In fact, I remember one of the tips that Padraig Harrington gave about putting on windy conditions was to really go on with a wider stance and hold the putt a little lower. So maybe there is a lot of merit to what you just said over there, but I really haven't paid much attention to that facet so far.
Vikrant there holding that putt.
Vikrant currently at even par for the day after 13 holes. There's also some amount of ghastly rough there, which sort of looks like cabbage.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra-Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
An idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel. That is high on strength and corrosion resistance and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot over bridges, the insides of railway compartments and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Back with all of the live action now. It's like M. Dharma and his playing partner are waiting for the third player, Varun Parekh, to come up with his birdie putt. Varun Parekh group is now on the ninth hole, appears to be putting for birdie.
A note about our sponsor, the chief sponsor of this week's tournament is KGiSL, and a little bit about them. KGiSL is a BFSI-centric multi-product enterprise software company providing solutions to global clients in banking, capital market, financial services, and insurance industry. So being empathetic to customer needs and armed with a mission to change the end customer's experience and delight them right from zero moment of truth, products are being designed and developed by treating data as a new gold. So obviously, this is a company that takes data seriously and combines it with machine learning, business intelligence, conversational AI, UI to create next-gen customer experience. And they've been around for over 25 years with over 2,000 plus professionals and offices in different countries such as India, US, Singapore, Malaysia, Australia, Indonesia, Thailand, UAE. And they've also won a lot of recognition from leading global institutions like Gartner, Oracle. So we're thankful to them for joining the tour, and also excited about this new journey and where it'll take the tour and this tournament. As we have a look at M. Dharma on our screens. M. Dharma at 4 under for the tournament. Definitely in the thick of things. Anybody who's within 6 or 7 shots at this point in time does have a chance. It looks like Arjun is definitely not going to let up. I see the winning score maybe being in the vicinity of 13 or 14 under par, with the final day somewhere where the brakes are applied by the golf course. Players do get tired, and I don't know how, but the conditions are always the most difficult on the final day. I don't know how that happens.
I think this the pressure also adds up to the whole thing,
Maybe
right?
the greens are a little
into
worn
lead.
out by the final day as well.
That too, of course, yes. But I think mostly it's the pressure,
And the fatigue as well. Yeah.
Players do tend to get also into like a area where they're sort of safeguarding their positions, so stuff like that also slows things down.
I think what is often understated that there is a very big physical aspect to the game of golf. We only think about the fast twitch kind of aspect to it, trying to hit the ball far, but to play continuously over 5 or 6 days does take its toll in different weather conditions. Trying to focus all that time, it's not just the body, the mind gets really exhausted. I remember having a little bit of a headache after the end of a round sometimes, because you have to focus so much, think about the line, and it's not. So I think better players who try to just freewheel and sort of think less kind of helps, because golf can really make you think a lot. You stand up on a tee with the wind blowing, and there's trouble on one or the other side. There's a lot to think about.
That's Akshay Niranjan cleaning up there on that ninth hole. Akshay Niranjan, the rookie on tour, currently playing to a bogey-free round through the first 9 at 1 under par for the day. Having a good outing in his first ever professional golf tour of India event. I'm back looking at that leaderboard, live leaderboards on the golf course. Players as well as spectators walking around, giving it a look.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects 2 parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
The Nilgiri Mountains just nearby, past 72. So flanked by the Palghat Hills, which is a part of the Western Ghats. That's where the westerly winds come over here from the months of May all the way till September. Some of the notables in the field this week are Kalin Joshi, Manu, Gandas, Jamal Hussain Mola, who hasn't made it to the weekend, Mithun Pereira, Shamim Khan, K. Prabhakaran, Abhijit Singh Chadda. Of course, Arjun Sharma leads the way currently at 10 under par, with Kalin Joshi following at 8 under along with Shamim Khan. Akshay Niranjan, a rookie on tour with back-to-back birdies on number 8 and number 9, currently sitting at 7 under par, just 3 shots shy of the lead. Shamim Khan on the left side of the fairway, with a little bit of rough to be navigated and get up onto the green. So please follow the Professional Golf Tour of India on Instagram as well as on Facebook. They're there as the PGT of India. That's the handle to follow all of the golf updates. Shamim Khan putting that pitch shot into the bunker. That is absolutely unlike him. I doubt I've ever seen Shamim doing that in all the years that I have played alongside him. So a quick thank you to all of the tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, Amritanjan Fruitnik. We have American Express, Golf Plus, as well as Athletic Drive, corporates that come out and support the tour. And of course, the IT company that's presenting the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship at the Coimbatore Golf Club, KGiSL, an IT company. Arjun Sharma coming up onto the ninth hole. He's 2 on the right side of the green. Coming up just from the rough. Have to navigate that with a little bit of release on the ball. I think you would be expecting. Leaves the right hand off the club. Seems like got a little bit stuck over there. Would come up about 8 feet short of the hole, maybe 8 to 10 feet short of the hole. That still gives him a birdie opportunity. The ball should break a little bit from his right to the left and slightly uphill. You got Kalin Joshi coming up from the right bunker. That flag location, his third shot onto this par 5. Kalin Joshi overrunning that one. Must have been a bad lie in that bunker. It's quite unlike Kalin Joshi. Shamim Khan, 3 in the bunker on the ninth hole. Seems like a bit of a place that he, of course, doesn't want to be in. He's hitting his 4th now from the bunker. This is what the winds really do. It make the judgment of how much to hit the golf ball really difficult. Kalin Joshi also coming up from off the green now for his 4th shot. Chipping for birdie from off the green. Currently at 8 under par for the tournament. Colin's only birdie today has been on the par 5 third hole. I'll give Colin about 4 to 5 feet coming back uphill to save his par on the ninth hole. Really a missed opportunity, as most players would be looking forward to make a birdie or an eagle on the par 5 here. Like the only person who would have a realistic opportunity here is Arjun Sharma, a lad from Greater Noida, leading the tournament by 2 shots. A lot of wristy action being used by Shamim Khan here for his practice move. He is a very wristy kind of a player, but superb with his hands. And seems like I spoke a little bit too soon. He's gone 20 feet plus past the hole to save his par. That's really unlike the leader group. Shamim Khan just coming off a bogey on the 8th hole, which, as we were speaking about earlier, is one of the toughest holes on the golf course to navigate. The 9th hole, of course, is a dog leg towards the right side, playing completely downwind, as you can tell from the flag. Luckily for these kind of winds, even us sitting in the studio can tell exactly what the wind direction is. Otherwise, it can be quite difficult for us to make a judgment of it from here. It's so windy that you can almost feel it in here. Kalin Joshi standing there with hands on his waist. I was like, how did I hit that bunker shot over the green? Shamim Khan coming up for his par from about 20 feet away. So, leave to take out from his book is how quick he was to come out from the bunker, read the line, and be ready to hit that putt. The stipulated time given to any of the pro is actually just 30 seconds.
And
Shamim runs that about 4 feet by.
And I've always said that we should get more time. But in all seriousness, there have been efforts to speed up the game, and that's required because golf is a time-consuming sport, as we all know. A round of golf professional round of golf can take anywhere between 4.5 to 5 hours, depending on the golf course that you're playing. And there are many factors that can slow down round of golf. Previously, before the rules were changed a few years ago, you were allowed 5 minutes to search for your golf ball, but now you're only afforded 3 minutes. So that's a big rule, and I think that makes a lot of difference in the way the players play now. And you can well imagine that 3 minutes can be gone in the blink of an eye. And if you were to hit your ball in the rough, an errant shot, it's important that you be able to trace it back. As we have a look at Arjun here. Leaving it short. We've seen him do that on a couple of occasions, maybe not able to gauge the speed of the green somehow.
Seems like a bit of a hit and miss for this group on the ninth hole. Par 5, which is playing downwind, always an opportunity that professional golfers do not want to miss capitalizing on. A lot of nail-biting moments here as well in the studio with our event live coordinator munching up some chips because he's just unable to contain the amount of action and the nerves that we see on the screens right now. Shamim Khan now needs to line up that 5-footer for bogey.
What do you think? We are unfortunately not able to see their approach shots here, but can you tell me what kind of a club these players would be getting into this green, and if they would be playing the center fairway or from the right line, and what kind of a club can we expect? Somebody like Shamim hitting out of this.
So it's been quite a while since I played the golf course here, but I do remember that if you were to play in the fairway, you get something to the tune of a 2-iron or a hybrid into the green, and in case some of the players do cut across to the other side. You can get anywhere between around a 7 or a 9-iron, somewhere between those. But you need a lot of carry to be able to go on the other side.
So maybe only somebody like Cullen can achieve that feat.
Absolutely, Cullen, and many other names on that list. You have Varun Parekh, you have Karan Tonk, you have Abhijit Singh Chadda, M Dharma. All these players can get to the other side pretty easily.
Seeing Karan Tonk in the thick of things is refreshing and is good. He's been almost out in the wilderness for the last few years. A very good hitter of the ball, very flat hitter. It's really far, does Karan Tonk.
Yes, he does. He is a very, very good ball striker, and he can really hit that ball a mile. Colin Joshi missing that par putt over there and drop another shot and go to 7 under par for the tournament. That was really not what we were expecting from Colin Joshi on this hole. He'd be disappointed himself with that effort. Colin Joshi and Shamim Khan both dropping a shot each, and they will now go and tie Akshay Niranjan at 7 under par.
There we see the live leaderboard.
Seems like Arjun not making a birdie there on the 9th hole hasn't really damaged his position, but definitely causing a lot of damage for the other
players.
players.
I said that I expect him to win and win with a margin this week. So let's see how true that holds. Because over the course of 72 holes, what's going to be important is the consistency of your ball striking in this kind of wind, because you will make the odd error. You will sort of misstep and have a small little blip here and there. So what's important is that you're able to consistently strike the ball in the fairway, because on a shorter golf course, that would be a great advantage.
A couple of players who need a mention here who are firing up at the golf course today. Syed Saqib Ahmed is at 4 under par for the day and a total of 4 under par for the tournament, which has jumped him up to the 9th position, a tie for the 9th. And Amandeep Johal as well is at 2 under par for the day and 4 under par for the tournament. So that also brings him to a tie for the 9th position. So
definitely been propelled by that chip in.
Absolutely. In fact, since he made that chip in, he has made a couple of birdies, especially once he started off on the back nine. He did drop a shot after that chip in on the par 4 8th.
Seems to be a blood-curdling swing there, unleashing all that anger of missing that putt. The long par 5, the 10th hole, only in reach of the longer hitters. Maybe somebody like Cullen can get there.
Actually, more than like it's a 580-yard par 5, but now the players are going in the opposite direction. So this will be complete headwind for them.
Yeah, this should be almost close to 700 yards. Then.
Yeah, probably somewhere around that number should be realistic.
Shamim Khan would definitely be hitting a longer club for his third here on this hole. I feel that why one of the main factors that golf is such a different and sort of unforgiving sport, that you could play the hole really well and you end up missing a short little putt from 3 feet, 2.5 feet, and that can affect everything.
Absolutely. I mean, just the confidence loss that a player goes through at that moment, just to regain that over the next holes, because you're going to be faced with 3-footers probably more than half of the day, and that can really take your spark away, no matter how many hours of work you've put in.
I agree, and that's it takes a lot of mental fortitude to sort of get over that and sort of focus on the task at hand, and that's why golfers do also work a lot on their the mental side of the game and how to stay in the present and not mull over mistakes too much.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that this is probably one of the first weeks I've seen this year on the PGTI where I've seen so many double bogeys on the scorecard. That really, brings to show you that, and these are the same holes that a lot of other players are also making birdies on. Just goes to show how the judgment of the wind and understanding the golf course's conditions is so important. Otherwise, the wind can really throw you off. And if you go slightly wild over here, it will be very difficult to come back and make an up and down, as we saw on the 9th hole.
Yes. So positional awareness is very important here on this golf course. And for those of you who are just joining us, we want to tell you that we are live here at Coimbatore Golf Club. We are for the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2022 presented by KGiSL. And we're here on the ABP network, ABPLIVE.
How's the summer been?
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel. That is high on strength and corrosion resistance and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Back to all the action at the Coimbatore Golf Club. We are here watching the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2022. This is the first tournament of the second half of the season with a prize purse of 50 lakh rupees, currently led by Arjun Sharma through the first 9 holes of the penultimate round at 10 under par, and Shamim Khan, Khalin Joshi and Akshay Niranjan, all of them at 7 under par. My apologies, Akshay Niranjan has picked up another shot and gone up to 8 under par. So he's now only 2 shots shy of the lead. Varun Parekh also at 6 under par for the tournament, a tie for 5th position. Some other players who are playing to red figures today are Karan Tonk at 2 under par for the day. Mohammad Sanju and Amandeep Johal also playing to 2 under par for the day. Samar Dwivedi, Harshjeet Singh Sethi playing to 1 under par for the day. You've got a lot of good action going on the golf course. Syed Saqib Ahmed at 4 under par for the day. And we also have Sachin Besoya, who's at a tie for 15th position, who is currently playing to 5 under par for the day. He was 2 over par after the first 2 days, and just about making the cut by 2 shots. And now here we are, he is at 3 under par, jumping up multiple positions. Over 20 positions jumped so far after the first 12 holes of the day for him. We also have other players who are playing to under par numbers on the golf course. We have Mithun Pereira, the Sri Lankan, at 3 under par for the day. We have Adil Bedi, who is at 3 under par for the day. We also have Arjun Prasad at 4 under par for the day. All of these players are really making a comeback after having a slow start to the tournament.
I think this is the kind of golf course that Mithun can actually shoot low scores on. Not very long.
But I think it would be very difficult for a person like Mithun to sort of navigate through that wind, especially on a headwind hole.
I think,
Other than that, of course, he can take advantage, especially when he gets around the green. Like he would definitely have a clear advantage. As you cannot really hit many greens on a golf course like this. You will miss a couple of them for sure.
And even the holes, if they are playing headwind, they're not that long. So on a 400-yard hole, he could still easily hit an iron there. So I think kind of helps him a little. And that's why you're seeing him shoot those low numbers.
Absolutely. I think Mithun does rely a lot on his iron play and his short game. And I mean, it's commendable because he's currently at a 3 under par number in bogey-free round so far. So that's pretty amazing. So Enthanga Raja, also another Sri Lankan, superb game, but currently at 2 over par for the day, after making 4 birdies on that scorecard. Fortunately, we haven't seen K. Prabhakaran making it to the weekend rounds, who is the defending champion for this tournament. He won at this golf course many years ago over Omrakash Shahan in a playoff, which lasted for 2 holes.
I also won the All India Amateur here.
Oh, is it?
Yes. Oh, that was an interesting tournament where I was paired with Brandon Grace, the one that I was telling you about.
Seems like our scorer there is making some notes. And again, looking at those flags, it reminds us of all the tour partners that actually helped the PGTI to put the tour together. Tata Steel being right at the top of it with Rolex, American Express, Amrutanjan Fruitnik, Golf Plus, as well as Athletic Drive. Sponsors are a big part of bringing golf to the masses. Of course, big thanks to also ABPLIVE to be telecasting golf now live, easily streamed on YouTube as well as Facebook Live via their various channels.
Yes, and that's something that now we're in the second year running of this partnership, and it's been very
This
beneficial.
is Tata
for-
Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel. That is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Harmeet Kalon, the veteran golfer, very colourful indeed. The penultimate round of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship. Harmeet, a seasoned professional golfer, has played multiple years on PGTI, of course, Asian Tour as well.
Yes, a very idiosyncratic pre-shot routine by Harmeet.
What do you can you just tell us what he is doing over there?
I think he's basically trying to adjust to the perfect angle and try to make sure that he's aligned well. And every player has a different sort of pre-shot routine, so that's something very personal to a player, and that helps him. Of course, that's given him a lot of victories all over the world, and it's seeing him perform and beat the young kids at it. As we have a look at Karthik, who we've seen for the first time today.
Karthik Sharma currently at 1 under par for the day and 1 under par for the tournament as well, while Harmeet is currently at 1 over par for the tournament.
Another very birdieable hole for these players, the 18th hole, just a driver and maybe 50-60 yard wedge. Karthik there with that unique sort of pre-shot routine. This hole should favor a left to right shape for this player. Not much trouble here off the tee, so no anxious moments per se for the players here. Karthik walking off on the 18th hole.
Ashbir Singh Saini now on our screens. He's been trying to find form for quite some time. A lad from Kapurthala.
Ashbir used to play a lot of golf alongside his mentor Gaganjit Singh Bhullar, who won recently on the Asian Tour.
In fact, Ashbir has been putting in a lot of hours on his game. He suffered a wrist injury, which sort of derailed his golfing career slightly. So he's sort of bringing himself back up there. Comes from a sporting family from the land of Kapurthala, land which is known to incubate a lot of hockey players. In fact,
Yes, a lot of Olympians from Kapurthala and obviously Asian Tour champion, European champion, Gaganjit Singh Bhullar. Lot of sporting pedigree from that part of the country, obviously. But talking about sport, it's been a very impressive previous month as we saw our international sportsmen at the Commonwealth Games doing the country proud and a rich haul of medals and flying the flag high and also our golfers not being left behind, winning internationally and doing really well. I see a lot of great things in the future, especially for our golfers and what they can do internationally. If you have a look at Coimbatore Golf Club, that flag fluttering in the wind. As we see towards the latter part of the afternoon, the wind does pick up, and around noon, you start seeing the wind really pick up. So this back nine is going to be interesting. The players will have to navigate those tough winds. As you can see that flag, that should make for some interesting viewing, to say the least. Ashbir Saini currently at 6 over for the tournament, so not having the best of days. Playing alongside Karan Vasudeva, who we're seeing for the first time.
I think Karan Vasudeva and you had quite a competition of who Sampachari is going to be giving more time to, right?
Maybe that was days in the past. We don't quite know if Karan is
So I remember there was
still
this.
following that same routine, but definitely a good player, and it's good to see him back and performing well. He's at 3-0 for the tournament. He was actually with me back in the amateur days, and we were employed by the same oil company. So, good friend of mine, and it's good to see him playing well. Here on
Karan
the-
Vasudeva also finding form after a while.
Yes, the competition's fierce on the PGTI.
But he's been working very hard as we've been seeing him.
Seems to be the thick fescue is going to take a lot of judgment and skill to get this close.
We have Karan Vasudeva coming out of the rough. Let's see if he's got the right judgment on, and he has pretty good judgment there from the rough.
Brilliantly done.
Good shot on the ninth hole. We've seen a lot of players coming out from pitching distance onto this hole, but that judgment certainly is way better than most that we've seen so far.
Well done there by Karan Vasudeva. Delhi lad plays at the Delhi Golf Club.
My apologies on the hole number 17.
With a realistic chance for birdie there. Ashbir hitting a decent shot, leaving it short. Will have his work cut out for par. You see a lot of players who turn professional, but obviously everybody has stars in their eyes when they turn professional. But it is quite difficult to traverse professional sport. You really have to hit the ground running, and sometimes it doesn't quite happen. It can take sweet time, and the good thing about golf is golf gives you a little bit of time, as opposed to, let's say, another sport like football or cricket, where the shelf life of a professional is definitely shorter. And by the time you're 35, I think your career is pretty much done and dusted in a sport like football and cricket. But here in golf, 35, you're just about hitting the peak of your golfing powers, and it gives you an opportunity for maybe another 10 years, realistically till 45, to compete. And you're seeing that there are players in this field who are over 50 who are doing well. So that's one thing good about golf. If you can keep yourself in good shape, as we have a look at Angad Chima. My apologies there. That's Vishwa Pratap Singh Gill, not Angad Chima. Vishwa Pratap Singh Gill having a good day and is at 2 under par for the tournament. So definitely playing well. What kind of a putting routine is Karan Vasudev employing? Is that the aim point? It seems to be a sort of a mix of a couple of methods, I think.
Karan Vasudeva has been in the middle of some swing changes and all over the past year or so, but seems like they seem to be coming together now. Kashmir Saini, in fact, if I'm not wrong, had won a golf tournament in Nepal as an amateur golfer, and he really took off and separated himself from the field.
Look for this putt to break a little bit from the right to the left, you think? Coming uphill, went from the back, should break a little to his left. I think a very realistic chance for Karan to make birdie here. He's actually looking at the hole and putting.
Good idea, though.
That's,
A lot of players do employ that. In fact, Jordan Speed did apply that technique for quite some time on his putts.
It'll be quite difficult to putt these short ones like that.
I think I'd be pretty unnerved to especially putt the short ones like that.
But I think it's anything that works. As you see, golfers come in all sizes and shapes, and so do their techniques. And you can see, obviously, Karan would have been struggling with putting, and this is one of the measures that golfers would employ. You just look at the hole. It's very difficult. It's not conventional, but if it works, and that's what players stick with. Ashbir now. Look for this putt to break a little bit to his left as well. Maybe all of about 9 feet. Would not want to miss this putt. Oh, unfortunately, getting the read a little wrong, and so did I. It broke the other way. So it tells you that just the putting stroke is not enough. You also have to get the correct read in order to be able to hold the putt. Ashbir Saini also not having the best of days today at 6 over par and 6 over the tournament. As you have a look at Karan Vasudeva trying to clean up here. All right, makes his par, and we'll move on to the next hole. Seems to be perfect conditions at this point in time for golf. Comfortable for the players out there. An ideal day to step out on the golf range or golf course if you do ever manage to venture out. There we have a look at the same group on the 18th hole. We just had a look at Vishal Pratap Singh Gill teeing off the 18th. Ashbir Saini here. Putting his tee on the left side. That means he's favoring a draw to try and get the most out of this tee shot. Karan Vasudeva likes to favor a left-right fade. Has a very nice, loose, languid golf swing. Many players will be using drivers on this golf course for majority of the holes. Wide, benevolent fairways here. Not too happy with that somehow. Seems to have hit it to the left. You can tell a lot about where the ball has gone by looking at the player's reaction. Normally, they say golf is a game of opposites. So if a player is leaning to the left, the ball has gone to the right, and vice versa. you want to hit the ball really high, you hit down upon it. If you want to hit it low, you hit it on the head. So it's a confusing game indeed. You can see a peacock there in the fairway. As golf, not just professionally, but even otherwise, is a very relaxing and enjoyable activity for sure. And we do recommend our viewers, if they haven't taken up the game, definitely do go over to the nearest golf course, go over to the range, hit a few balls, and try and enjoy this game. And with the advent of public golf courses and golf ranges, it's definitely improved the access of the game of golf. And the good thing is that if there are people who have their wards, children, or people who they know who are below the age of 18 and do take up the game of golf, they should definitely head over to the nearest golf course. And golf courses do provide junior memberships to a lot of promising juniors. So that's a good initiative by a lot of the top golf courses to get more players into the game of golf. And for those of you who are just joining us right now, we'd like to tell you that we're live from Coimbatore Golf Club here in Coimbatore for the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2022 presented by KGiSL. And this is the inaugural event.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Back to all of the action on the golf course. We have Ashpreet Saini on our screens right now, coming up on that 18th hole. Saini seems like he likes that shot of his. Our leader Arjun Sharma has picked up another shot on the field and is currently moved to 11 under par, playing very steadily. He's got 3 birdies on his scorecard, keeps himself at 11 under par. Akshay Niranjan as well playing to 3 under par. He too is bogey free for the day so far, with back-to-back birdies on 8th, 9th as well as on the 10th hole. Niranjan and Cullen Joshi, who's Cullen has also picked up a shot on the 10th hole after dropping one on the 9th. Yeah, the group of Karan Vasudeva, Bishop Pratap, Singh Gill, and Ashpreet Saini. Ashpreet seems to have missed the green on the right side on the fairway. It seemed like the way he was chasing the golf ball, it seemed like he liked that golf shot.
Definitely a hole there for the taking is the 18th hole.
Ashpreet coming off that bunker should give us a good idea as to how the greens are doing on the golf course this week.
This should be not too difficult a bunker shot. There's ample green. It's quite a splash from the bunker, and is it a really good shot there as Ashpreet?
But a bit of a release though. The ball didn't really have much of a bite on it. You think that's because of the amount of sand he must have taken, or maybe the hardness of the greens?
Can't quite tell. Could be either. But I think the way he hit that shot seemed like a little bit too much sand. Maybe didn't quite catch it as clean as he would have liked to, and that would have been an impediment for him to generate spin.
Ashpir is a good example of, he's a person who's always had a smaller frame, but he does pack a really big punch on that golf ball. He can hit that golf ball over 300 yards himself. Varun Parekh from Ahmedabad on our screens now.
Packing a punch, this guy can get the ball really out there.
Yep,
I've seen him on the range, and he's really, really long. He carries the ball 310, 315 yards, and it's just almost frightening how far these players hit it now.
Yeah, you'll get to understand that if you look at how long he stayed at that golf ball, you can really imagine how long it stayed in the air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Very valid point.
Akshay Niranjan playing his first ever professional golf tour event.
Not doing too badly, huh? For the first time.
He's all right.
He's done really well for his first rodeo.
Steady golf is what he's playing, and if he continues this way, he'll probably be giving a good fight to Arjun Sharma as the days go on. M. Dharma, seasoned professional golfer, now coming up. Not really doing much of a damage on the leaderboard today. He's sticking around at 5 under par. Coimbatore Golf Club, just on the outskirts of the Coimbatore city. Really a picturesque place to go to. Even the drive is quite a scenic one once you get there, get out of town.
He's on 13th hole, a hole that I'm very familiar with. A definite birdie opportunity for these players. I think they would be getting nothing more than a 7 iron maybe in these conditions.
Dharma also, who hits the ball quite long. In fact, as windy as the course gets, pretty sure the greens must be drying out much quicker in this area than pretty much anywhere else where the wind's not that
Of course.
hard, isn't it?
Yes. So that would sort of lead to harder greens because the wind would dry up the green surface.
Vishal Pratap Singh Gill currently at 1 under par for the day, 2 under for the tournament, putting for birdie.
You can see the brighter spots on the green. He's done well there.
Saini now has a little bit of work to do, but 5 to 6 feet away for par. Saini would go on to miss that par putt on the last hole. Unfortunately, not the kind of day he was expecting for himself after having 2 decent rounds to start the tournament with 71 and 73. Today seems to be a little bit of hit and miss on this penultimate day for him. Karan Vasudeva now coming up for par.
Has a very serious demeanor on the golf course.
Serious kind of guy, is it?
There seems to be.
There we have
Coming
him.
up for his par there.
It's interesting to see that the shorter ones, like about 4 feet or so, are the ones where he's not really looking at the hole and putting. He's keeping his eyes on the ball at that time. But the slightly longer ones are probably assuming that maybe 10 feet and outward is where he's looking at the hole. It's a very good exercise, actually. Helps you judge the
think,
speeds a lot better. Keeps you more outward instead of inward while making the putt.
I'll try to relate it to some random abstract theory that I just thought of. It's like the prospect theory, which says that losses loom larger than gains. That's something that I always applied in each aspect of life, which I learned. So it's a loss aversion theory. So when we are, I feel when you're about more than 10 feet, you don't really hope to make it. I mean, don't really expect to make it. You hope to make it, but if you miss it, it's not going to really irk you. From about 15, anything above 10 feet, so you can experiment there. But when you're within 4 or 3 feet, the margin for error is almost non-existent. You really want to make that putt because that miss really pinches you, and that's why I feel that players are a lot more restrictive when it comes to shorter putts. So you can experiment where it doesn't really matter too much.
In fact, doing this sort of putting technique is good for you to judge speed, firstly. And secondly, what it does is it takes your thoughts away. If you're thinking too much about your stroke or something, it does take your thoughts away from there so that you can actually focus on where you're supposed to go rather than what you're supposed to do. Right. So that's the reason that a lot of players do use this technique. Very difficult to sort of trust it in a tournament situation, but hats off to Karan Vasudeva to be actually giving that a shot in these conditions. Tie for 13th is Bishmat Pal Singh on our screens, who is being carried by his friend, who is also a fellow professional. Currently at -2 for the day and total of -3 for the tournament. Bishmat Pal Singh, Hira. Not the best of putts there for him. So definitely given that a little bit off the line. Playing alongside Shravan Desai. And Divyansh Dubey on our screens now, putting from about 3 feet away. Desai now with a little bit of work to clean up on this hole. Desai has dropped a few shots on that back nine. I'm currently playing to 1 over par for the tournament.
The wind really hasn't picked up as much as I had expected it to. Like a very benign day. I remember back in the day, the first hole used to be so scary. Hitting that tee shot, hitting it in the fairway itself was an achievement. So, are we seeing lower wind, or have the players improved that much that the wind is not perceptible? Or what is the factor? Because I can't quite put my head around it. To
See,
be
I
honest
think I
with
think a bit of both, and also I think when what the time you're referring to is when we were playing amateur golf. I also feel like at that time the depth of the fields aren't that much, right? So you do have a bunch of really good players, and then you have a lot of scattered numbers out there. So, but what you see on the Pro Tour is that everyone is as good or better than the other. So, you do see a way better skill set when you're looking at a professional golf tournament. Yeah, Bishmat Pal Singh, he ran on our screens. Final hole for the day. Really went after that golf ball, didn't he? Like,
you.
seemed
He's
like
quite a
he,
long hitter, is Bishmat Pal.
well, with that kind of a lash at it, better be. Shravan Desai, more of a steady golfer, not really one who likes to lash at it.
Very nice, loose language swing. Has given that a good swing. I think sometimes when fairways are really wide, it's tough to focus on one particular part of the fairway. That's another issue with having fairways with not much trouble lining them, so to speak.
New names on the tour this week, playing the PGTI. On the 17th is Ronil Kumar now coming up with a putter from just short of the green. It's like a lot of players picking up the putter this week from off the green.
Using the putter from off the green.
Greens are playing to a good pace this week. You could tell from the amount of hit players were giving and the amount of release that the ball was having, especially on the ninth hole. They have a good idea.
One can't decipher where the ball is in respect to the hole, and that's not too bad.
Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal coming up from off the green with a wedge. Not the best of efforts there, but seems like he should still have an opportunity to save his par from about 7 feet away.
Not his best effort, Rajesh Kumar. Otherwise, is really good from in and around the greens.
Tangaraja from Sri Lanka recently moved base.
Thangaraja also a powerful hitter of the ball.
Superb putter as well.
Same line that Karan Vasudeva had.
Yeah, has like one of those short and sweet, crisp strokes. Gives it a bit of a hit. Not too big a backstroke. And does a really good job of containing that putt. Ronil Kumar left himself quite a bit of work there. Seems like the ball didn't break as much as he might have expected. It's got about 6 feet to navigate slightly downhill.
That's a tricky putt right there.
From at least the looks of it, it seems like this putt's going to be on a string.
Especially with the wind as well. Oh, unfortunate there, dropping a shot.
Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal also coming up for his par. Another player with a glove on while putting. This is something that I've never tried. I somehow never, even with a wedge from, if I'm around the greens, I actually prefer to chip it without the glove on.
Same here. Look for Rajiv to make this putt.
And he
Yes,
does.
says-
Hey, just walks off.
Just walks off.
Yeah, he's like, I knew it.
That's a lot of swagger right there for you. He just walks on to the next tee. Dear caddy, please bring the ball. Moving on to the 18th here.
All smiles for Harshjeet Singh Sethi, Samar Dwivedi waving out to the crowds, and Harinder Gupta striding along with the two of them. And looking at their scores, Harshjeet Singh Sethi currently at 3 under par for the tournament, even par for the day. Dwivedi at 4 under par for the tournament and 1 under par for the day. And Gupta is at 3 under par for the day, tie for 12th position.
Fifteenth hole is also a very interesting short hole. The OB running on the entire right of this fairway. I think it's a reachable hole for these players.
You can tell the rough is also adding to the masala on the golf course. You can't even tell where the ball is.
Should be an interesting shot right here. That's pretty well down there.
Pretty good shot there by Harshjeet Singh Sethi. He still has a little bit of work done to clean up for par there.
Seems that he's hit his drive over the green. Could well be a possibility.
Colin Joshi trying to move up towards Arjun Sharma. currently at, and Colin's moved up to 9 under par and is 2 shots shy of Arjun. Samar Dwivedi now.
Seems like he has some sort of an injury issue on the left forearm there with that tape.
Dwivedi himself is a certified fitness instructor as well.
Definitely sure he knows what he's doing with that tape. Going with that fat grip on the putter. A lot of players are favoring that. I think that reduces the play that you have in the wrists and becomes a more stable stroke like that.
Do you like that? Do you use one of these?
I've tried that, but I never could. I've been a very conventional putter. I like the feel of the putter in my hands.
You're a conventional kind of guy, I see.
Yes, I think so. Oh, they're really running that by.
Yeah, I think there's the greens are playing really fast, because I noticed this on the ninth hole as well, where the players weren't really hitting the putt too much, but the ball just kept releasing if it missed the hole.
Yes, and now he'll have his work cut out for his par.
Yeah, Varinder Gupta there, judging the speed perfectly, but not the line so much. It seems like from the back to the front of this green seems to be a lot of pace. Varinder Gupta battling injuries for the past couple of years, finally coming back into form.
Injuries really do derail players, and I've seen that long successful careers tend to have fear of them. As we have a look at Ajith trying to make his birdie, but seems to have underread that a little bit, and now would have a little bit of work coming back.
I think he underread that quite a bit. It's got a right to left uphill putt coming up now. I mean, you're talking about injuries, like there was this. Jack Nicklaus has said this time and again. He said, I didn't. He said that he had a much longer career than Tiger Woods did, and he said he mainly just kept up to normal fitness in life. He never really went to the gym or pumped iron, or stuff that we guys you see that a lot of younger players do today. They do a lot of heavy weightlifting and stuff like that, and it's funny that it should actually start to make the body a lot stronger rather than weaker. In fact,
You're right, but I think that also has a lot to do with maybe that time in history. I don't
Right.
think that pumping iron or lifting weights was really something apart from maybe Gary Player. Because if nobody's doing it, then
yeah, I think even
then
Gary
they
Player
come-
was really doing like loads of push-ups, hitting himself in his belly, stuff like that is what he was really
a
doing.
little bit of Bruce Lee
Yeah.
esque.
So that is a little, that's a different kind of a fitness. I think that's more of a body weight kind of exercise regimen that he's got. In terms of what a lot of players are doing now is heavy weightlifting, which does help in adding. People are doing a lot of speed training also these days. So the body is going through a lot of wear and tear in the process. But the flip side is going to be that the older players did have much longer careers. Today's players are actually trying to maximize in a shorter duration of time.
I think also with, I think there's more awareness. So everybody's trying to gain an inch on the other person. I think that time they were still competing. And I think as sport changes, so do the players and how they compete. I think at that point in time, there were not many full-time professional golfers. Maybe apart from the elite few, people were always doing a couple of things. I think they would always do side jobs. But currently in the professional sport, that's all they do. So I think that there's a lot more professionalism that's sort of goes along with each sport, and that's why fitness has become another aspect. It was probably not that way 25 to 30 years ago, because if nobody's doing it, then there's no requirement for anybody else to sort of think of it.
Shravan Desai is rolling that putt in for birdie on the 18th hole. I mean, yes, there is no denying that fitness is an extremely important part of playing golf or life in general as well. At the same time, I feel like it's very speculative as to what began it, what did not, and what kept it going, and what is right or what is wrong.
I think you can certainly be sure that Tiger Woods is somebody that actually ushered that generation of fitness. Otherwise, there's no, even up till the early 90s, fitness was something which was
I
sort of
think
a byproduct of just being a professional. It was not the mainstay.
so.
Tiger was really brought it to the fore because what he showed that through his fitness, he was able to gain 20, 30 yards in the field. And that till that day was, not known that that could be achieved.
I think what Tiger did got noticed. There were players like Vijay Singh and Gary Player already doing all of that stuff back in the day, and maybe there are a lot of others whom we did not hear of. But I think Tiger's fitness regimen just got spoken about so much, and the bulk up of his body was so easily visible from his, the start of his career in the '90s that. Everybody sort of took to it, and he, of course, he's a sporting icon. He's not just an icon of golf, he's a sporting icon, so his regimens even got followed, right? I remember that they started speaking about Vijay Singh's fitness regimen after they started speaking about Tigers, while Vijay Singh had been on tour way before him.
Yeah, I think obviously it was more perceptible in the case of Tiger and it was extreme dominance of the sport. So, I mean, what's to say that if he had not done that fitness bit, he would still have dominated? Because the first time he came out in the Masters, he was a lanky 21-year-old kid and he dominated the field by 12 shots. So,
Unfortunately, Bishmat Pal Singh will miss that part as well. Bishmat Pal Singh's brother Brashwar Pal missed the cut by 2 shots and now is helping his brother on the bag. Couple of notables who have actually missed the weekend. Some international names as well over here. Mohammad Sayyum, Sukra Bahadur Rai, Mohammad Sayyum from Bangladesh, Sukra Bahadur from Nepal, Rohana from Sri Lanka, another prolific golfer, K. Prabhakaran from Sri Lanka, and the defending champion for this event, Mohammad Moj. All of the lot of international names not making it over to the weekend this week. Cut was applied here at 4 over par. Total of 60 players made it.
seems like a high cut, but believe you me, it's a difficult golf course. And I think four is probably the lowest cut that you've had here ever. Because professional golf also has taken a while to come back to Coimbatore. And previously, this used to be a regular haunt each year, but we're glad that we're back here again in this venerable institution. And for those of you who are joining us, we'd like to tell you we're live at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2022, presented by KGiSL, being played at Coimbatore Golf Club at Coimbatore with a prize fund of 50 lakh while we're here at hole number 17. What a brilliant shot there by Ranjit Singh from Chandigarh. Now we have a look at the player trying to read the line here on hole number 17. Ranjit playing alongside Amandeep Joel and Mohammad Sanju, who we just saw on our screen. He was trying to navigate that putt. Mohammad Sanju currently at 3 over for the tournament and 5 over for the day. So definitely not having the best of days today. Ranjit Singh, who we just saw extricate himself from that bunker, is at 4 under for the tournament and 2 under for the day. So definitely having a very good outing. Amandeep Joel as well at 3 under for the tournament and 1 under for the day. So he's definitely rolling back the years. MD Sanju, unfortunately, not being able to make his par there. My apologies. I think that was his birdie putt. We'll know soon enough. Amandeep Joel here would be looking to make that. He would have got a certain read of Sanju's putt. And that's another idiosyncrasy of golf, that you can see your opponent or co-player make a putt. And if you have a putt on the similar line, you're able to gauge a lot about your putt. So it's important to be aware when you're on the putting green and try to learn as much as you can from other people's putt. Let's see if he has been able to go to school on that one. Oh, unfortunately, missing out on the lower side is Amandeep Joel. I'm sure he would be ruining that miss. It's not outside the realm of possibilities for him to challenge for this tournament. He's 8 shots behind. And if he can get to make a birdie and be about 7 shots, anything is possible.
Ranjit Singh.
They're making a par.
Sandy pars, these were called, weren't they?
Yes, they were called sandy pars, and then when we play our normal rounds of golf, you actually get an X for this, and that's an added bonus.
Why don't you tell us more about these X's that you're talking about? Is this something to do with betting golf?
So whenever you're playing a friendly round of golf, you can play different concoctions of games. In the auto press, as it's called, you get a certain extra points if you hit a green in regulation, and if you were to make a par from a bunker or hit it closer on a par 3. So this is one of those things when you try to spice things up in a normal round, as you see, because when we're playing normal rounds, you always have some sort of a wager that is on, whether you're betting for lunch or breakfast, and this is just one of those things that probably adds a little bit more spice to it.
Did you win some from Arjun? Or did
No,
you lose
unfortunately, as I told you, he stole my lunch money. I realized that I was really out of my depth.
some? How many X's did you lose to him?
A lot. It wasn't even a fair fight. He was so good. I was just commentating. I thought I might just put down my clubs and watch him play. Unfortunately, my partner Dipankar had the short end of the stick, because he was clear enough that yes, he can take me as a partner, but I think it's a decision that he would soon regret.
Dipankar Kaushal, how is he doing today? He was playing to 1 under par, but seems like he's gotten a little derailed. So we look at Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal on our screens on hole number 18. It's putting from about 10 feet away. And there, hands up. Full Bhangra stance after hitting that putt. He knew it straight off the bat. He had not hit a good one. Just look at that flag moving.
This is where it's going to get really interesting as the leader groups come in. A lot of wind here. It's let's see if the 13th is going to be a watery grave for someone, although we don't want that, but it's quite possible. The 13th is a tricky hole. Not many water bodies here, as opposed to another golf course like Kalhar or somewhere else, where you see that there is danger lurking at every corner, and that makes for some interesting viewing. But obviously, the heartbeats of the players are up. Here, you have a lot more generous fairways, and the trouble really lies when the wind gets up, and on the holes that are lined by the out of bounds.
Talking about generous fairways, some of the fairways, yes, definitely are generous over here. But then there are the other ones where the OB lines are very close to the fairways. Like suppose, for an instance, would be the 12th hole, right? So the OB line is very close to the fairway on the right side. So the ball can actually just run out of there instead of even having to fly. So even on the first hole, if your ball dropped, probably even in the first cut, if it was running off that way, there's a good chance that it can actually go out of bounds. So it's got very different kind of challenges, especially the wind and the rough. That would be the most difficult part over here. And I don't know if you remember if I'm not wrong, it was the third hole or fourth hole, maybe that par 3, which was probably a 4-iron or a 3-iron off the tee box, and the green was on
Yes, I
slightly
remember.
towards the right side
Right.
and
And the
perched
OB
up
was
as a
in-
tabletop.
Yes, and the OB used to be in play.
Just behind and on the right side.
Yes.
There were two OB lines. And the miss was on the left side and
But I think,
slightly short.
But I think that they've changed those holes a little bit now. I think the layout of the golf course has changed a little bit. You go back here to Abhijit Singh Chadda.
Chadda playing steady at 1 under par, total of 5 under par for the tournament. Akshay Niranjan has tied up with Cullen Joshi at 9 under par. Arjun Sharma seems to have dropped a shot on the 13th hole, the hole that Shaurya is still reminiscing about after all these years. Seems like I wouldn't be surprised, Shaurya, if you told Arjun a story or two on your casual rounds about the 13th hole.
No, I don't want to jinx him by telling him my story, which definitely did not turn out the way that he would intend his story to turn out. So best to keep him with positive thoughts. But yeah, it was more of a comedy story was mine, to be honest. I remember, a lot of my co-players and other professionals still joke about it till this date.
Chadda would miss that putt just about by a whisker. I think the speed on that putt was slightly on the lower side and the line was absolutely perfect. Consistent play coming in from Ranjit Singh from Chandigarh as well. So 2 under par for the day with a total of 4 under par for the tournament. 6 shots shy. I'd say pretty much anyone who's about 6 shots shy of this does have a shot at this, especially with the number of players having shot 65s on the course over the last 2 days.
Yes, I think on the final day, anything's possible. I'm sure that the tournament referees and the committees will try and spice things up with some interesting flag positions.
Almost starts turning into a thriller when the back nine hits, doesn't it?
The thriller in Manila. Let's see if it goes that way. We've had a lot of close tournaments on the PGTI.
Trishul Chinappa really wearing some fancy pants over there, isn't he?
Oh, unfortunately, missing out.
Seen a couple of other guys on the PGA Tour also wearing these kind of pants on the golf course. I think Justin Thomas was caught wearing these some time back.
I think if you're a major champion, doesn't matter what you wear.
Apparently. Shivendra Singh Sisodia from just over the hole. I think that ball should break a little bit from his left to the right. Quite a bit, actually. We saw Harshjeet Singh Sethi from around a similar location some time back. There we have it. It does break quite a bit from the left to the right, and he's overshot that by quite a bit. Probably has as much coming back as he had going in. Quick to finish that one. Shivendra Singh Sisodia from Gurugram. Sisodia started his day with 3 bogeys back to back and too many drop shots today. He's made 6 bogeys over 2 birdies for the day. That's a big drop off in the number of positions.
This is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel. That is high on strength and corrosion resistance and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects 2 parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot over bridges, the insides of railway compartments and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
M. Dharma and Varun Parekh. Seems like all the players have missed it on a similar side on this hole.
It's going to be an interesting shot here for Varun Parekh. Now the wind is really bearing its fangs. There's some thick rough there on the left side of the fairway. And the players have gone off with the driver, or you think they've hit a 3-wood up till here?
Possibly a driver.
And this is bread and butter for Dharma. Should be an easy up and down for him.
Seems to be
Dharma hitting a good, decent shot, leaving a little short, maybe about 12 to 13 feet. Should have a realistic chance of making birdie there, should Dharma.
good thing. Looks like an uphill putt, so you can be a little more aggressive with that.
Definitely in the thick stuff there.
It's Akshay Niranjan. All three players looking forward to making birdies over here. They're trying to catch a shot on the leader, Arjun Sharma. Niranjan going with a more aggressive approach than Dharma. They both will have similar lengths of putt, just from other sides of the hole. Dharma, though, is going to be putting uphill. Gives him the opportunity to stay a little more aggressive with that putter. Warren Parekh, closest person to the green over here.
Should be an interesting shot for Varun. Let's see if he has a deft touch to match that long game. It's an interesting hole with OB running along the right hand side. That's why you see the players are missing it towards the left of the green. A very reachable par for these long hitters. Dharma there surveying the green. There you can see that players do keep a lot of notes around in their pocket. From each day, they'll try and keep small little notes about where they missed the green or how the golf course plays, and that's something that they can actually bank upon the next day.
Absolutely. In fact, I feel it's also very important because of the number of tournaments players play, the number of different golf courses they play. These notes just help them to sort of refer back and know what the green's behavior is, how much the ball moves on these greens from which angles. Because otherwise, to sort of like humanly calibrate it every now and then, so these notes can sort of help you. Let's suppose whichever venue they go to next week, their old notebooks can actually help them to understand. And Dharma leaving that putt shot, not being as aggressive as we thought that he would be with this.
Were you somebody who used to keep a lot of notes about things like these, or just sort of play it by the day and see how it goes?
No, I should definitely keep a yardage book. In fact, I've got a full collection of them, and I prefer to sort of use similar yardage books, and unless and until, of course, the golf course has seen some changes, maybe a hazard change, maybe a bunker change, which we need to make notes of. But especially for the greens and all, it was very important to sort of have my last year's notebook in. As the second half of the season just begins at the Coimbatore Golf Club with the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship presented by KGiSL, an IT company. The tour moves hereafter to Chennai at the TNGF Cosmo Golf Course, playing for 40 lakh rupees with the defending champion Mithun Pereira from Sri Lanka. The tournament is named the Chennai Open Golf Championship. And in September, the tour moves to J&K Open 2022 by the J&K Tourism, again for a prize purse of 40 lakh rupees. And the week after, the tour moves to the Jaipur Open, which is going to be held at the Ramba Golf Club, again for a prize purse of 40 lakh rupees, followed by a Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Golf Invitational at the DLF Golf and Country Club for a prize purse of 1 crore rupees. Akshay Niranjan, putting for birdie.
What are some of the tournaments that you're really looking forward to?
I mean, we've got the. I mean, I think I'd be really looking forward to, of course, the G Milka Singh Invitational, the Couple Day event, and I would also be looking forward to the SSP Jersey event. And like one of the reasons that I'm naming these events is not just the prize purse, but the field that these tournaments attract. Also, to top it all, then an ambassador like G, when he's attached to a tournament, just brings a lot more to the table. So does Kapil Dev, and then SSP Chaurasia, born and bred out of the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, and he's hosting an event now at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. It just goes to show what the players are also doing to give back to the sport. But having said that, like one of my favorite venues to compete would definitely be Royal Calcutta Golf Club. The amount of challenges that golf course throws at you, also the versatility of it. You've got 14 par fours on that golf course. Not a single hole where you need to hit. There are no two holes where you need to hit the similar kind of tee shots. They're all different shapes. They're different clubs, and just add so much of variety. And for your approach shots also, I mean, you could be playing a hole like the third hole where you could be hitting a 6-iron into that green, and you could be playing another hole later on in the day where you'd probably be hitting a 60-yard pitch. So, I mean, the golf course just has a lot of variety. And it's got 2 par 3s and 2 par 5s. No par 3s are easy. No par 5s are reachable and easy. Maybe the 14th hole is definitely a little reachable, but the fourth hole with that new tee box, just such a hard reach. Maybe only for guys like Abhijit Singh Chaddha that can reach. Harshit Singh Sethi on the 18th hole now, going with that driver.
You're right, but what I've seen that even now, that's a one-handed shot. That's an interesting one. Is that done on purpose?
Well, you can smile about it. I'd like to learn a little bit from that.
Yeah, that's a fancy way of hitting a tee shot, ladies and gentlemen. Please don't try that at home, or do if you're feeling fancy. Hole number 18.
So you can tell the pace of play in a professional event is very fast. 30 to 40 seconds is what the players get to hit a shot, and you can tell by the way they are going about their business that they have to be quick and on their feet while doing this. And a lot of players, while walking up to their shots, while the other players are hitting, are actually making their decisions at that time, because you come to think about it, with the pre-shot routine and making assessments, and especially with even judging the wind on this golf course, then I'd probably be taking 10 seconds extra just to judge the wind, just to understand how much it'll throw the ball.
Yeah, I better not even get into that topic.
So I mean, in of course we do have a lot of banter around Shaurya's slow play, but at the same time, these are really good things to learn from, and I feel that if we could actually play golf really fast, it could just add another angle to it, right? Like, you have to be more imaginative and creative as you're going along, so you can constantly be working in your mind instead of stopping at the ball and then start to work.
I think one of the problems why certain players are plagued by slow play, because golf inherently is a very different game. You're actually playing with an inert ball, as opposed to other dynamic sports where the sport is coming at you. If you're playing football, volleyball, cricket, the action is coming at you. So you cannot be contemplative. You cannot be lost in thought. You cannot be, procrastinating or planning. You can't be doing. You just have to react, because those games are reactionary games. There's no time to think. I mean, to be honest, if you start thinking too much, you're actually at risk of injury as well. In games like cricket, if you're not focused and there in the moment, you can get hit by the ball. Football, you have to react. But in golf, it's very different. You set the pace of the game. You go there, you decide the kind of shot you hit, you decide where you want to hit it. To a certain aspect, you even decide when you want to hit it. So it's a very different kind of a game. So players have to proactively think of playing fast. So it doesn't, I think a natural instinct is just, maybe sometimes you get lost in scenery. Just look at the trees and, admire the beauty of a golf course, and just think a little more about the previous holes. Golf gives you a lot of time to, I do idle thinking, so as to speak. A golf round can extend for up to 5 hours. So in that time, you can be thinking about the previous hole, or the putt you missed, or how you want to play that next hole. And sometimes in professional tournaments, when they're very difficult, scary holes, believe you me, you're thinking about that hole before you even reached it. Like for a lot of the players here in Coimbatore Golf Club, they'd be thinking about hole number 8. So it's a different game. You have to sort of plan and be meticulous and sort of stick to your routine. But obviously, it takes a little more concerted effort.
Yeah,
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel. That is high on strength and corrosion resistance and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
We're back on the course now, looking at Cullen Joshi coming in from the bunker. Green seems to be getting harder and harder as the day progresses, and the ball's starting to pick up a lot more release on it. Cullen on the 15th now is coming off from about 8 feet away from the hole. He's left it just slightly short of the hole. Should still give him a good opportunity to make birdie here. Arjun Sharma with a look at Birdie here with a left-right big break coming up on that putt. And we finally have an almost straight putt going uphill back into the hole. Just a little tap in for him.
And there's a lot to learn from Shamim Khan's short game. How easy he makes it look. He's got that wristy flair. He's one of the few last of a dying breed, I feel, the touch golfers. Now you just have the brute power players. Very few from the erstwhile era who still have that class and touch and don't really rely on power alone, but have the other facets of the game, which make it more interesting. And there you have it. Look at that. He's got that Swilken touch.
That's what touch
What an
can do, right?
amazing player! Really, he makes it look so easy, and the ball always just about dies at the hole.
Yeah,
It's never forced. It takes a last gasp or the last breath and falls into the hole. It's really a thing of beauty to watch this man putt. Phenomenal.
absolutely. That'll move him up to 8 under par for the tournament. Colin Joshi with a little bit of work from about 8 feet away. Joshi needs to make this to keep some pressure on the leader here. Break a little bit from the right to the left for him. Not too fast coming from this side. Be a little bit going down. There we have
Putt
it.
there by Cullen.
Colin Joshi makes that up and down from the bunker. Get up to 10 under par for the tournament. Arjun Sharma to clean that up now. I'm not certain whether his drive was on the green or did he actually pitch it up onto the green. So we'll know the confirmation for that as soon as he finishes the hole.
It's good to see people coming out in droves to watch this tournament, the first of its kind. Thanks to the sponsors KGiSL, really playing their part in taking sports to the next level in India, and it's very heartening to see. And I think it's also the Prime Minister's message that a sporting culture and a sporting revolution happen in our country, and it's very heartening to see that. Whether it's our players winning medals in Commonwealth and Olympics, or it's our golfers who are doing well. And congratulations to Gaganjeet Bhullar, who won the previous week. So it's really good to see our golfers doing well.
Absolutely. Samat Dwivedi now coming up for birdie on the last hole. Is at 6 under par for the tournament. Should be a very small break going all the way uphill. And there we have it. Samat Dwivedi now moves himself up to 7 under par for the tournament. All that off-season hard work seems to be paying off. But another round to go, and putting up another good round could be a good change and get him up to maybe a win or maybe even top 3 into this tournament.
You see that the players are sort of instead of stepping on the gas, they've kind of stepped on the brakes. Arjun still at 10 under par. So obviously finding it difficult in these conditions to pick up shots, and that's the effect that the wind can have. It's wreaking havoc on the players' cards.
Sisodia now coming up on the 18th hole. Sisodia was playing alongside Trishul Chinappa and Abhijit Singh Chadda. Chadda is currently at 5 under par, Chinappa at 4 under par. And Sisodia is currently at a total score of 2 over par, while he started the day at 4 under par. So definitely showing a little bit of that ECG print effect there.
Yes, absolutely. Your favorite ECG coming back to the fore again.
I mean, golf probably is that, because of the amount of time that you play the game for and the amount of dead time that you have at hand, it probably is mentally one of the most taxing games. Maybe we think so because we play it and we played it at a competitive level, and maybe we don't know any better about other sports. But I feel like it challenges you so much mentally because you're on off the field. There's so much to think of and so much to take care of and so much to do that. You could really lose sight of what is actually the most important stuff to be taken care of.
What is that?
Well,
Don't get philosophical here, no. Honest, Rahul.
I mean,
I think the most important thing when you're competing is to beat your opponents. I think
Not really.
I'll tell you why.
I don't think so.
No, I agree to a certain extent. It's an individual game.
Yeah.
But professional sportsmen, the nature of professional sport is to compete and to win, right?
In a match play, yes, but in a
But
stroke play, no.
I don't think of sport for a minute. Why do people play sport? To win, right?
Correct.
And I understand that in golf, also to win, you have to beat yourself. But unfortunately, you still have to beat better the score of the other players.
I think it's really about maxing out on how good a score that you can make. What a great shot you can hit. What can you go lowest on a golf course? How many
goes
number
without
of
saying,
greens
but-
you can hit. I think winning a tournament is just a byproduct of that. And I think I've over a period of time I've learned that the mistake of thinking that you can actually go out there and create a win is probably the worst one that you can make. If you can take care of the fact that you can hit some greens in regulation, keep your mind on the positives and not think about the negatives at that time. You keep yourself basically to step-by-step process orientation. I think that's the way to go to win tournaments. It's a byproduct. I don't think that it is a pre-decided or predetermined. The 18th hole, the view from the tee box on the 18th hole, the whole place completely uphill. So even though it's playing a lot of downwind, that uphill will actually not make the ball run anywhere once it drops on the fairway. The players usually would have like a wedge into this green.
What we're coming back to what we were just speaking about, and that's why what they lovingly call golf is a long walk spoiled because you think so much.
Absolutely.
And I think that might be a secret of the receding hairlines.
So that's actually the part that is so challenging, right? So some people can actually contain that a lot better and actually can stop that subconscious chatter out, and some people are unable to do so. And that's why it becomes very challenging. That's why you see a lot of ebbs and
Definitely.
flows in people's scores from day to day, in fact, from hole to hole, to shot to shot.
I'm definitely one of the latter. I just couldn't get over a big mistake. That would haunt me for the rest of the round. And because golf is you commit own goals all the time. It's not that anybody else is forcing you to make a mistake, and many of the times it can be due to the way you think or your choice
Exactly.
of club or the way you execute it. Most of the errors are unforced.
It's like way more than meets the eye, right? And
Exactly.
in fact, I feel as a top player, even if you're taking care of multiple aspects, there's definitely going to be one or two that you can still improve on, right, at all times. That's M. Dharma there coming up from the fairway, has overshot the green.
That's going to be a very interesting shot coming up for him against the apron on the 17th hole.
Absolutely. Some of the players would actually tow the putter from there.
That'll make for some interesting viewing there. Caddy there filling the divot. That's a very important part for our viewers. Always take care of the golf course, repair your divots, repair your pitch marks. And they say that, leave the golf course in a similar condition in which you found it, if not better.
Right. Right. Absolutely. I mean, taking care of the course and respecting where you're playing actually is very, very important aspect. By the way, as I had mentioned earlier,
don't dig trenches for the next group.
Well, as I'd mentioned earlier, I'm going to be updating you on Arjun Sharma's score on hole number 15. He made a 4 there. So I wasn't certain as to how many he was on the green at that point. Joshi has actually made a bogey on the 15th hole. So that's a bit of a hit and miss for him. Another bogey on a makeable birdie hole. Well, that's what the nature of the game. One bad shot and could just throw you into a completely different situation. Varun Parekh.
Yeah, that's what they say, escalation of commitment. Once you commit to the wrong path, you can't help but go deeper in it. And that's it's coming up really short.
It's a lot of spin he's put on that golf ball.
Wind is definitely a factor. What has made him misjudge that shot?
Absolutely. In fact, he does play around in places like Kalhar, which do get pretty windy. But Coimbatore is a different kind of a beast altogether. Talking about trenches, and I was told by a couple of members at my golf club that you might want to shallow out your divots unless you want us to go into the secretary's office and complain about you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm serious. This has actually happened to me.
Complain about the depth of your divots?
Because my depth has never been a problem.
Are we talking about depth as a person or depth as a divot? And I'm really concerned about your members. Why would they worry about how the depth of your divots?
Because I used to like dig up, used to hit hundreds of golf balls, so I used to like dig up a lot of area. So
weren't you filling them with sand? That's what a responsible golfer
you always did, but they never came back up because I used to chop off the roots as well. I used to be really steep on the golf
ladies and gentlemen, that's something that you do not do. If you do these kind of things, you find yourself in a commentator's chair. And that's not somewhere you want to be, because then you'll have to think and sort of, spill all your beans. As we go back here on the 17th. Looks like a lovely day in Coimbatore for golf.
Absolutely.
Any day is a lovely day for golf. Arjun Sharma still leading by 1. Akshay Niranjan a short adrift. So interesting.
Akshay Niranjan is the only one on the top of that leaderboard who's playing bogey free for the day.
That's quite an achievement.
Absolutely. Another bogey free round going on today is Arjun Prasad on the golf course. And so is Mithun Pereira, who's finished at 4 under par, 2 birdies on the front 9 and 2 birdies on the back 9, jumping up to a tie for 19th position with a total score of 1 under par. Superb effort there. And Parekh a long way away from the hole. Good part is that it's an all the way uphill putt for him. The entire gradient of this hole is going from the tee to the green in an uphill fashion. Big thank you to all our tour partners who actually help to put the entire PGTI together. Varun Parekh running that by about 2 feet. Pretty solid effort from that far away. Our tour partners in Rolex, Tata Steel, American Express, Fruitnik Electro, ORS. We have Athletic Drive and Golf Plus. And of course, this tournament has been presented by KGiSL, an IT company. Provide empathy-based IT outcomes for people.
Much required in this day and age as we head back to the action. Also, a word about our tournament sponsor KGiSL. KGiSL is a BFSI centric multi product enterprise software company providing solutions to global clients in banking, capital market, financial services, and insurance industry. Being empathetic to customer needs and armed with a mission to change the end customer's experience and delight them right from zero moment of truth. Products are designed and developed by treating data as the new gold, combining with machine learning, business intelligence, conversational AI, oblique UI to create next gen customer experience. For over 25 years, KGISL has been serving some of the best names and the biggest names in the BFSI space in the APAC region, with over 2,000 plus professionals and offices in India, US, Singapore, Malaysia, Australia, Indonesia, Thailand, UAE. KGISL has won many recognitions from leading global organizations like Gartner, Oracle, etc. Apart from numerous awards in various forums for its products and solutions. And long may this partnership continue as we head back to the action and that interesting shot by M. Dharma, really leaning into that putt, trying to create that forward shaft lean.
Yeah, good idea for our viewers to note that he's actually delofting that putter and giving that more of a downward attack angle so that he can pop the ball out of that
Gets a
fringe
lot
area.
of top spin going.
Absolutely. So he can sort of like pop that ball off that area and not have too much of turf interaction, because if he interacts too much with the turf, he will not actually get enough of the ball at impact because of the fringe hanging right behind his golf ball. Done a fairly good job out of that. We'll have about 3 to 4 feet now for par on the 17th hole. Varun Parekh with us. About a 3 footer now to save par. Akshay Niranjan done a really phenomenal job there with that long attempt for birdie on the 17th hole and knocked that one in for par.
This putt seems to be all of about 6.5 feet. Should break a little from the player's left.
As news is coming in, Arjun Sharma and Colin Joshi have both made a birdie on hole number 16th, which has taken Arjun to 11 under par and Colin to 9 under par for the tournament.
That's well gauged and
Solid
seems to
putt.
be happy about that putt, and rightly so.
Solid putt by Varun Parekh to save par there. Sticking around at 7 under par for the tournament. So unlike what we've seen in the first half of the season with a lot of 18 to 22 under par kind of winning totals, this tournament seems like the conditions are such that we're not probably going to be seeing more than a 15 under par to win this tournament, I guess.
Yes, this is a difficult golf course, and I think even 15 under par is a very commendable effort, because if I remember, previous years the winning score was never beyond single digit, if I'm not wrong, and obviously the standard and depth has really increased on tour. So that's testament to that as we go back to Dharma and trying to save his par here.
Also, things will tend to slow down and become a little more evened out tomorrow, especially as we move into the back line. So depends on who's really going to be fighting up as we get into that final round. All of the action will start to unfold and unravel in front of us only tomorrow morning. It'll be great to have all of you back again with us to watch that action on our screens as we watch the last two groups now making their way into that 18th hole. We have Varun, M. Dharma, and Akshay all on the 18th tee box now. Varun going with a driver there. He's a pretty big hitter of the golf ball. I've never really played golf with him, but I believe that he hits it a really long way.
Yes, I saw him on the range at KGA back in almost a decade ago, about 8 years ago at Eagleton, in fact. And I saw him carrying the entire range, and I had not seen that. Till
Are you
that point.
serious?
Yeah, he was actually carrying the entire range and pitching it almost into those the houses on the other end. So he has a tremendous fly on the golf ball.
I can carry it from the left side or the right side. Sometimes backwards as well.
I can carry my balls to the range, golf practice ball. That's about it.
Akshay Niranjan, very peculiar kind of a follow through that he has. Have you noticed that?
Not yet. I am about to. Grip seems to be a little different as well. I think he's using the interlock, if I'm not wrong. Play in the wrist.
Yeah, this is like something that he's doing, either adding loft to the driver through,
Through the impact.
yeah, whatever works.
And Dharma with the snow camos on. Let's see if we can anchor a birdie here.
Dharma also has been working a lot on his fitness, trying to keep up with all the young players that are coming up on the tour.
But the players don't take much time. That's a good thing. They just stand up on the tee and deliver.
Yeah, but I think I also feel like sometimes mean I'm also a bordering slow player. I'm not really a very fast player, but I'm definitely bordering on slowness. I'm not bordering on fastness, and I feel sometimes that maybe giving it less of a thought and getting into that habit of playing faster actually just help you reduce a lot of
Absolutely.
thought,
I mean,
and you can start to pull off the trigger much quicker.
there's no doubt about that. But it's a tough art to master, especially if you're a slow player by nature. It's
Yeah,
very tough.
yeah.
And I think it goes, when I think about it, it's not just about being a slow player. I think this is a personality trait, and then that feeds into the game of golf. I think,
Are you really trying to comfort yourself, aren't you? My personality is like this.
no, I'm trying to make sense of this madness because I've tried to play fast many times. It never happened. And I've seen that certain slow players always remain slow.
I think it's
They'll always-
overthinking.
no, they'll always struggle. I think it's not just about overthinking because golf, a lot of players are averse to making a mistake and trying to get everything right. Like on a putt from 4 feet, there's no line actually. Nobody can tell you the perfect line, but a player's trying to find, get everything correct down to the tee and then make sure that it's perfect. So that when they make that stroke, that ball goes in the hole. So they're not ready to accept mistakes that can happen due to lack of preparation. So they try to be over prepared and mitigate as much risk as they can, but it doesn't happen like that. So that's the basic difference between a flowing sport and a slow game. I think slow golfers, if you put them in other games, they wouldn't really be slow because they wouldn't have the luxury of thinking. As we have a look at hole number 17. Arjun Sharma still leading at 11 under par. And ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are just joining us here on ABP Live, I'd like to tell you, you are watching the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2022 presented by KGiSL being played at the Coimbatore Golf Club. The tournament boasts of a prize money of 50 lakh rupees, and we're here at the penultimate day. Tournament is being led by Arjun Sharma, and the top 10 players right in front of you on the leaderboard.
A really important job that is done by the scorers of these boards, as they have to keep an eye on what is happening on the golf course through their walkie-talkies, pretty much each and every second updating that board. Otherwise, they have a very difficult. It's basically for the help of the players as well as for the spectators to know what is happening on the golf course. And most of the players walking by these boards would be checking them out to see how far off the lead they are at this juncture. And so keeping this up to date is a really, really important task, and these scorers have mastered that art. Arjun Sharma, my apologies, coming from off the green on the 17th. Arjun really adding some loft to that club, even through the impact area, leaves that way short of the hole. Well, some work cut out to save power there on the 17th hole. It's another thing to note that when you're already on an uphill, you take a lofted club and open it more, you're actually adding more and more loft to it anyhow because you're on an uphill,
Exactly.
right? So it can be a difficult task to sort of like judge how much that ball is going to carry in such an instance. Colin Joshi, putting for birdie on the 17th.
Colin Joshi, quite an aggressive putter as well. Likes to give it a good hit.
Colin overall plays a very confident game and
Brilliant putt there by him.
superb putt by Colin. In fact, one of the things that I really like about Colin is that he'll brush off the bads pretty quickly, and usually just stays very upbeat, very happy, and he's a happy-go-lucky kind of a person. And that I think that sort of personality trait, he's quite quick to play and aggressive on the golf course. So all of that together, doesn't seem like he's putting too much of stress, especially after a bad round. And I think that really helps you to sort of bounce back instead of mulling over that for too long.
I think basically just being in the moment, and that's something that really players try to imbibe. Not that easy. I think it's easier said than done, but
Right, of course.
if you can do it, because golf you are going to definitely err more often than not. And the players who don't quite dwell in the past are the ones that you can get over it. And I know quite a few who sort of gets there you go, look at this guy, he is just rolling putt after putt. Shamim Khan,
Up to 800
it's
pound.
like a butterfly with sore wings, just lands into the hole. Amazing the way this guy is putting right now. I think he's going to be the man to beat along with Arjun Sharma.
I think his caddy's also approving of that putt.
He makes it look so easy, and believe you me, it's not 15 to 20 feet. You need to get the line, the speed, and it often sometimes you'll feel. I'm sure you remember from your playing career. There'll be days that a single putt doesn't go in like that. They just keep brushing off one edge or the other.
It wasn't that long ago. If they were all going in, then I wouldn't be here.
I mean, yeah, point to be noted, my lord. But that's what I'm saying. He makes it look really easy. It's not that easy because it has to be precise for the ball to go in the hole. It's a very small target. It has to traverse the entire length of the putt. And
Right, but
putting makes such a big difference.
At the same time as what we were speaking about earlier, I think once you've seen the line, you want to just go for it. If you're going to stand over there and mull over it, just adds a lot to the confusion. See, at the end of the day, there's this old saying, right? There'll be good putts that will miss the hole, and there'll be bad putts that will go in the hole.
Now let's see if this is going to be the former or the latter. See, so you saw that he had a decent putt but didn't go in the hole. So everything has to be perfect. So if a player can consistently hold 15, 20 footers,
Yeah,
I
but
believe
spending time doesn't mean that you're going to hit it perfectly, are you?
No, I'm just saying generally, you'll
Yeah.
have a big advantage on the rest of the field if you can hold these putts.
As our second last leader group, the penultimate group, is now coming in onto the 18th green. Akshay Niranjan, man at 9 under par.
Is Tata Steel. And this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel. That is high on strength and corrosion resistance and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot over bridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
We're back with the live action there on our screens now. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship presented by KGiSL at the Coimbatore Golf Club, back in Coimbatore after a period of 8 years. Professional Golf Tour of India hosting its first event of the second half of the season here, with a prize purse of 50 lakh rupees. 126 professional golfers teed up, 126 players teed up for this tournament on the first 2 days, with 3 amateurs and 123 professionals. 60 professional golfers have made the cut at 4 over par or better. Leader on the penultimate day after 17 holes is Arjun Sharma at 10 under par, followed closely by Akshay Niranjan and Khalin Joshi at 9 under par each. It's going to be an interesting day coming tomorrow. The final day will have a lot of fireworks on the golf course. Looking at the way players have gotten bunched up now on the top, as I was telling you, we were speaking about this earlier in the day today, and I think we'll have a lot of interesting stuff happening. By the 10th or 12th hole tomorrow, we'll be able to see where the trend is really moving on towards. Dharma with a superb attempt with that putt, a little tap in left for him. Completely anchored today, isn't he?
Absolutely. Yeah, look at the leaderboard now. The leader group would soon be waltzing down the final hole. Arjun has maintained a decent ground today, but a lot of players would be in hot pursuit. I think 5 shots is realistic. Maybe if it's a wind-swept day, it could be even more.
And you never know. Even though it's a windy golf course, but some of the players, when they're doing well, you could really also pick up a lot of opportunities on the course. Like the fourth hole, the par 5, that brings you. Am I right? The fourth hole, the par 5. It's. Let me just.
Sorry, the fourth hole is a par 4 now.
My apologies. The third hole, the par 5, which actually can give you an eagle opportunity, and then followed up by the 5th and the 6th also, which give you good birdie opportunities. And then you have the 9th hole and the 10th hole. So, someone could really pick up pace.
Even the 15th hole, short par 4s. I think to a certain extent, even the 18th and the 17th are not too difficult.
So depending on, who is some of the players who could be catching up a lot of heat tomorrow, especially early on in the day, any one of them could actually jump up and do some damage at the top of that leaderboard.
But I think you would still have to hold the putts because you're not going to hit it that close here, because the greens are firm and it is windy. So you would have to be, very lethal from this range of about 10 to 20 feet. And I think
100%.
Coming back to my point that I stated earlier, I think that's what puts Arjun and Shamim in pole position.
Akshay Niranjan there cleaning up. He would stay at 9 under par for the tournament. His playing partner M. Dharma would stay at 6 under par for the tournament. Niranjan shooting 4 under par today, and Dharma shooting 1 under par. Their playing partner Shamim Khan, the seasoned professional, staying at 8 under par for the event.
This is Tata Steel. And this is an idea. So, what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Now we're back live to the action as we have a look at our leader group, mind you, walking up to the final hole.
Shamim Khan, always very nonchalant about his business. He just goes about quietly and very effortless about his golf game, be it hitting the ball, be it putting. But when he gets that putter going, he really keeps those online.
Yes.
And he keeps the speed in control, but he actually hits a pretty firm putt though.
Yeah, that's it's funny that you mentioned that. It's not like he
He doesn't sort of baby them.
Yeah, he doesn't decelerate on the putt. It's
Yeah.
a very aggressive putt.
Yeah.
Stroke from the middle. The ball rolls through end to end, and the speed is perfect. So it's hit with authority, but the speed is perfect. And I think he's one of the only putters that I've seen who putts like that.
Absolutely.
Arjun Sharma definitely holding his own and leading the tournament. If I'm not wrong, he was leading after the first day as well.
Yes, he was.
So going wire to wire. Let's see.
My apologies. He wasn't leading after the first day, but he did put up a good score on the first day. He had other players at 66 who were leading the tournament. He shot a 67 on that day.
Still, that's good enough. The way he's
Absolutely.
been holding his own is impressive.
Also, it's consistent, right? So he's on his way to finish up his third under par round in a row, and that's good consistency. Is the one that actually gets you the
He
trophies.
was one of the players that I saw who worked extremely hard in the off season. In fact, when we were playing, I used to inquire often that what is your routine, what are you doing? So he told me that putting a lot of time at his home club at JP Golf Club, where he plays a lot, and also comes to Noida Golf Course and takes a lot of time. Very meticulous about his preparation, and it's definitely throwing up good dividends right now. And my first thought was when I played with him, I realized that this is a player who, how is he not top 10? Like it just befuddled me. I saw his standard of the game, 3 rounds, and in 3 rounds he was like 12 or 14 under par on the difficult Noida Golf Course. So now let's see. He's very good with these kind of shots around the green.
He judged it really, really well. Judged it so well, and he's actually made that.
How do you
Taking
judge-
himself to 11 under par.
How do you judge my commentaries? It's more important. Right?
Amazing.
He's excellent with these shots. And,
Absolutely superb.
Look at that. It's just fantastic what he's producing.
Right.
It goes without saying. That's the kind of golf that you need if you're to win, and the confidence and
Also,
the
it shows
ability.
the confidence that he has, right, to take on that chip shot and go a little more aggressive with
Yeah,
that.
I was at the receiving end of that of these of these chip shots, and I said I did bear the brunt of that, but He is stamping his class all over this tournament right now. Let's see if Shamim Khan can come up with an ace of his own. Hardly took 5 seconds to hit that putt. Good putt. Will make par.
Always a good judge of speed, though.
Yeah.
Shamim is.
I think that's one thing that the viewers can definitely take away, that speed is probably the most important component when it comes to putting.
Yep. So this in a longer putt, actually, the speed is the greater determinant of a putt, and on a shorter putt, it's actually the start line of the ball which is the greater determinant of the putt. So the amount of time that we spend on longer putts in terms of lines, they're actually more speed dependent. Shamim Khan finishing up with a par on the 18th hole to stay around at 8 under par for the event. This will keep him 3 shots away from Arjun Sharma.
Seems the wind is picking up now. It seems to be blustering. A little late in the day, I feel. Golfing gods have been kind to these players. But the best round of the day so far is Sachin Besoya's 5 under par, who's at 3 under for the tournament. And Arjun Prasad also with a 5 under par, who's at 1 under for the tournament. So some fantastic rounds there. So Arjun Sharma would go in with a 2-shot lead. And joining him in the final group tomorrow would be Akshay Niranjan and Khalin Joshi. Oh, brilliant putt there.
Colin Joshi also making a birdie on the last hole to get up to now 10 under par and be just 1 shot away from Arjun Sharma to make things interesting on the final round. It's all hugs right now, and hopefully it'll be the same tomorrow morning.
That's brilliant. Exchange of pleasantries after the battle is done.
Ladies and gentlemen, that will conclude the live telecast of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship presented by KGiSL. We're at the Coimbatore Golf Club after a hiatus of 8 years. You just watched the penultimate round of this tournament. Tomorrow morning at the same time, we'll be back here on the ABP Live channels on YouTube as well as on Facebook. We hope that you will join us here for all of the action from the Coimbatore Golf Club. Big thanks to all of the tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, Amritanjan Fruitnik, Golf Plus, Athletic Drive, American Express, and the title sponsor of this tournament, which is KGiSL and IT Solutions Company. Thank you so much. This is me, Rahul Bajaj, signing off along with my co-commentator, Shaurya Singh, from the studios here in Noida. We hope to see you again tomorrow morning. Thank you.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also an infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects 2 parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role. Inserted in the concrete deck, and anchor to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata